Our dear Father in heaven, we thank you for making it possible for us to be here this morning. We thank you once again for our referred institute, the banking industry, and the Nigerian economy as a whole. We thank you for the leadership of the institute and the followership. And we bring today's event, a major event in the life of the institute on an annual basis. We thank you for the life of our honorees. We thank you for how far you have led them in their various careers. May your name be praised, O Lord, in Jesus' name. Amen. As we commence this program,
in progress.
First with this interactive session and later with the Investiture of various categories. Lord, come and take absolute control in Jesus' name.
Amen.
At the end of this program today, may we have a full cause to glorify your holy name.
Amen.
In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
With eminent members of the banking industry that have been approved for the award of honorary fellowship of the Institute. First, I'd like to start the introduction from the top table, even though all the tables are at the same level. Sitting right at the far left, and the only lady in the midst is the National Treasurer, Mrs. Mojiba Kari. I have next to her the second Vice President, Mr. Dele Arabi, FCIB. And of course, right to my immediate left is the first Vice President, Professor Deji Olanrewaju. I have the President and Chairman of Council, Dr. Ken Okpara, FCIB. The list of the past presidents, there are more than these, close to about 20 or 19 of them. Today we have physically present and others will join them. Mr. Femi Ekundayo. We also have the Mr. Laoye Jayola, FCIB. I am sure you all know him as director, the managing director, Director General of Nigeria Economic Summit. We have next to him the man who prayed for us, and we need more of those prayers in this country today. Professor Dikin Shegun Ajibola. I would like to read out the apologies from those past presidents who couldn't join us physically, while some are online. But before doing that, I can see Dr. Uche Messiah Olowu, MNI, SCIB, the past president. You are most welcome, Doctor. We have past president RKO Osayami, FCIB. He is actually the vice chair of the body of past president. He is tendered his apology for not being able to join us. Also, we Otuba Mrs. Deborah Oshibogun, who is also on apologies. We have Mrs. Juliet Adaobi Madubete, who is currently out of the country. And of course, Dr. Erastus Akimbola, FCIB, who couldn't join us physically. Also, we have Board of Fellows, members of the Board of Fellows, who sent in their apologies, amongst whom we have Mr. Victor Udozi, FCIB. He couldn't join us. We have Dr. Uju Ogubunka, FCIB. And of course, permit me to say that Elder Professor Green His Royal Highness is also a past president. He is not able to join us. I'm sure you know why. Age is very key. Again, I do not want us to take much time, as I would like to introduce the honorees that are here present today. I would like you to do it one after the other by yourself, and then we will then recognize those who have joined us online.
Thank you, Mr. President. My registrar, Mr. Mustafa Ibrahim, Executive Director of Operations and EIC. I'm essentially a markets and supervisor with many years with the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation. Thank you.
Standing on existing protocols, Iriti Samaloku, Managing Director, Citibank Nigeria, 34 years banking experience.
Standing on existing protocol, Mr. Taiwo Otiti, the Executive Director in charge of IT operations and compliance in United States. I have over 32 years of banking experience.
Good morning all. I'm standing on existing protocol as established by the World Registrar. My name is Oluwatu Biloba, Nito Top Lawal. Essentially, I have over 35 years banking experience. I'm retired, tired. I'm still with, I'm the Managing Director of Lagos Business Building Investment Company, PLC. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Also standing on existing protocols. My name is Hamid Jora. I'm the founder and managing director of Cashback Limited.
Good morning, all the stakeholders here. Let me hold on to the existing protocol. My name is Femi Bakri, the Managing Director of Partners Bank. 34 years banking experience on 1st of December this year. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, members of the Governing Council and distinguished elders. I stand on all other protocol. My name is Kafilat Ayodeji Arawi, currently Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Lotus Bank. Over 33 years banking experience. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. President, let me also rely on the existing protocol. My name is Professor Sherif Bintela, the Professor of Economics at University. I've been there for the past 39 years.
I would also like to recognize online joining us, and I'd like you to please put on your audio and video so that we can see you. Mrs. Neka Oyali Ibe, the Managing Director. Oh, okay. But she's going to join us online really. I have Mr. Agada Akochi, HCIB. Are you there?
Yes, I am the World Registrar. Good morning, Chairman of Council and distinguished members.
Thank you. We also have my good friend from Scotland, Mr. Simon Thompson. Are you there, Simon? Okay. Mr. Korede Adedayo, are you there? All right, let's hear your voice.
It's a really pleasure to have this interactive session. Our first Vice President, Professor Beji Alariwaju, second Vice President, Mr. Dela Alabi, National Treasurer, Mrs. Mochi Bakare, the Registrar Chief Executive, Dr. Shea Awoji, our the 5 past presidents that are here, that are present, those that have laid very solid foundation. I have Mr. Femi Ikundayo of CIBN, Mr. Layo Jayola FCIB, Professor Shiva Tiwala FCIB, Dr. Uche Ulu MNI FCIB. Please permit me to go to the first is to congratulate you. Why? Because it was a very painstaking exercise. It's not a political thing. It's not a fly by night. And I'm sure that if you read the number of years of banking experience, you would then agree that this was a very, strenuous process that went through. So the choice of award for this honorary fellow, is established and premised on the fact that you have distinguished yourself in this sector of the banking industry. And then as much as possible, the council and of course the body of past president and then the fellow deemed it very important that we honor you with the honorary fellow. So I want to congratulate you. This session essentially is to exchange discussion, interact with you, and to acquaint you with the happenings and activities of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. Because basically, the moment you are now in the hall of fame of the fellow, which is the highest level, is required that you begin to also play a very important role in also driving the ethics and professionalism of which the hallmark of the Chartered Institute of Bankers as the conscience of the industry as much as possible. Of course, the CIBN in terms of the legal status came into effect in 2007. Before then, it was just a body. But the legal status was in 2007, and basically to determine the standard of knowledge and skill for anyone that is desiring to become members of the banking profession. I think that's very important. So this means that if anybody that is working in the banking industry is supposed to be a member, can become an ordinary member, you can become a student member, you can become an associate if you gone through the professional exam, and you can also then become a fellow when you are conferred. But that's very, very important. And then of course the key core value is resting on the fact that as the conscience of the industry, it refers on integrity, professionalism, innovation, and ethics. That's the cardinal point. I came up with an agenda that I tagged future, which is to say the future is now. And essentially is saying that as we begin to also play our role, we recognize the fact that time continues to change, things are changing rapidly, and if we don't begin to also align with the changes and the times that are also changing, we may go into extinct, and I'm sure that that's not the whole idea. So we decided that we need as much as possible to impress what is happening globally and also what is happening at the national front. So as much as possible we will drive an institution that is quite innovative, nimble, and as much as possible, driving on partnership and collaboration. And so that's why we talked about financial industry, innovation and transformation. And that's my key. We've seen a lot of things happening in the space. We've seen the fintech space, how that space is changing rapidly. We've also seen what is happening in the capital markets as much as possible. And so we think that it is important that we also develop relationship and platform that will support that. That's why we also have signed a memorandum with, fintech association, basically to certify that. As much as possible, dealing with industry issue is something we continue to do, and working with the body of bank CEOs as much as possible. When those issues come in, we come as much as possible to intervene. And then collaboration, quite key. We think that the Institute is focused on building collaboration, synergy, and those collaborations as much as possible have seen us sign different memorandum with different organizations that are relevant in championing the kind of things as much as possible we do. Of course, we also have unveiled pathway for membership. Today we have different platforms and windows where people can qualify as an associate of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. We have a program we run with Tagore in Scotland, which is what we call the executive route, the fast track for people that may not have the necessity go through the rigors of having to go as student member and then be able to qualify. We've also localized it by signing, an understanding with Lagos Business School, and that program is kicking off, which is essentially such that you can run a program that will give you a qualification where you have an MBA, you have a professional bid, and also you will become an SCIB as much as possible. But more importantly is that we've also opened the path towards having our younger ones, which is what I call engineering and rebuilding our model along the Gen Z and what we call the next generation of people. And that, of course, we continue to build because we think that they represent the future. They represent the people that obviously will continue to shape the way things are working. And we've been able to have a program lined up for them during the conference what we did in Abuja. We saw how that happened as much as possible, and we will also, build some programs to support them. And then, of course, as the conscience of the industry, we continue to remain ethically relevant. Governance is the hallmark. Continue to emphasize that there's no shortcut. The industry will continue to be a beacon and a model of reference and hope as much as possible. And that we will continue to do because that represents the key tenets of what our founding fathers and the foundation they have laid and continue to do, essentially. We commend that initiative because it's somebody that is looking to building pipelines. So we think that the bank CEOs, essentially, because other banks are also looking into that, is something that's very, very critical. And I thought that I should share this, especially for the bank CEOs. And so today again, what is it that we expect? We expect to also share from your experience. If you look at the number of years of experience you combine here, it's almost 600 years, if I'm not mistaken, by the time you look at that. It's not to be taken for granted. We think that if for no time like this, we would leverage on their experience, we would share from your expertise. We want you to be involved in the programs that the Institute is involved in, including the mentoring program where we have a mentoring board, including making suggestions as much as possible, endowment funds as it may be necessary. You can endow in any area. It could be in any subject, in any topical area that represents value for you. A lot of our founding fathers have done that. A lot of CEOs have as much as possible do that. We have areas where you can endow. We have the Abuja annex of the Secretariat, where you can take any portion, endow that as a body or as an individual as much as possible. But more importantly is that the conferment of honorary fellow is a God service. We don't want to hear after a period of time. We wouldn't have to get access to. We need your advice. We need your contribution. We need you to come up and as much as possible share those insights. That helps us to shape up the industry. That helps us to redefine what is happening. That also helps us to situate and also build the next generation of people. I want to thank you all on behalf of my colleagues and on behalf of our founding fathers. I'm sure they will also talk as much as possible. Once again, I want to congratulate you and urge you to be part of the good things that are happening at CIBN. Thank you and God bless.
The council, past presidents, distinguished honoraries, ladies and gentlemen. I know we've registered the apology of Mr. Arthur Simon, who acts as the chairman for the committee of past presidents. Today is a landmark day, and I want to seize the opportunity to congratulate everybody who, at today's occasion, will be honored through the investiture to become fellow of our Rebat Institute. I will expect contributions from every member being an interactive section. I will expect this to please focus on 4 areas, starting with appreciation of why you are here, the business of today. It is important because to be called to attain the apex status in an institute that nationally is at apex, is bright contribution, is global, and every ramification about the leading institute in Nigeria. We need to see if you are delighted, please express it. Secondly, we want you to also let us know your perception of CIB. It is not sufficient for us to have invited you to say, take this. It is important for us to also hear from you your perception. And thirdly, we'll be glad to hear from you what we can expect from you as somebody joining the winning team to build an edifice for the present and for the future. And finally, we expect you might have suggestions. On our part, particularly as past presidents, our concern on daily basis had always been how to lift the institute from high to high, for the present and for the future. It is on this note that I want to welcome you as we move forward to your collaboration, your cooperation, and
your contribution. Thank you very much.
Permit me to stand. Mr. President, office holders, past presidents, and RODs. I just want to make two comments. First, a number of people have asked us, why is it that you people just dash out your pension? A number of people. And even within our members, those who are, those who can, you can be a fellow via the exam route, and you can be a fellow via honorary awards. And people have wondered, why did you just do this? I know some of you belong to other professions, and you wonder, why are they giving me honorary? But by the establishment of the banking industry, and it's worldwide, there's a recognition that it's a multidisciplinary organization. And beyond those who have taken to exams to do core professional banking, a number of people contribute to the development of a banking industry. And it's important that we recognize them. And therefore, this recognition is being given you because of what we see as a contribution to the development of the banking industry in Nigeria. And one of the things we tell people is that if you contributed to the development of an industry, whether you are in industry or you left industry, part of what will always resonate with you is what can I constantly do to ensure that the standard of that industry does not go down. So beyond today, I know some of us are retired, some of us are not retired, but you see, even when you leave office, and like my past president said, what will constantly be your contribution to the development of the industry? That's critical. The second thing, I am very passionate about competency in the profession. Look, the environment is evolving, a lot is being done. Once upon a time in banking, we used to train and train and retrain. Then we left that and we began to poach and poach and poach. So we're poaching locally. Unfortunately for us, globally, they're not poaching the people. It simply means that we need to go back to work, training and retraining. And I'm glad that even the Bankers Committee decided to domicile the competency framework within the NDS. I mean, within the, within the CIBN, like it or not, it is what we must train people. I was talking to people in Treasury and Bukola is here. Today, there are many dealers who have on your decks that cannot do through the courts. That is not the fact that you've killed the market. And so you're going to have to come back and give those experiences and help us build the competencies in the industry. But the third thing is the fact that our industry is the engine room for the development of the economy. And if you notice, this award is not limited to only banking, so we're reaching out to the DG of SEC, we're reaching out to the Chief Economic Advisor, this is to the government, to the President. This is a recognition of the fact that unless we begin to work across industry, even our industry is challenged. And that's what we want you to see, that what you do affects us, what we do affects you. And that we're reaching out based on the fact that we know collaboration is important. This needs to work. And that's what, like the president said, these are the 4 key areas we want you to see. How do I contribute? We've had instances where people have gotten this award and thereafter we don't see them again. Well, please, don't japa.
And distinguished awardees, they are present physically and virtually represented. My past presidents and Mr. President have really touched on so many fundamental issues. And let me step back a bit. Before, we used to consider 2, 3, 4 names to be considered for honorary fellowship. Panel. But the time has come when we must be sincere with ourselves to ask that basic question. If we have stakeholders in the Nigerian economy, and even in the literature, we keep talking about the causality factor. In other words, the head of the banking industry determines the head of the economy, and the head of the economy determines the head of the banking industry. Then we must carry our stakeholders along. So, as already alluded to, if today we need to knock doors at the presidency, we have a fellow who can take off. We will need to go to other phases of our national life. We can remember that we have those who will consider themselves as primary stakeholders in the affairs of CIBN. CIBN of today is taken without any box in mind, not even out of the box, without any box at all. And that is because, looking at our position, records here available to me show that we are the largest banking institute in Africa and the number 3 in the whole world. And as of today, that leadership continues to resonate in Africa because we conduct exams for bankers. 5 countries as of today, 7 countries as of today. Therefore, all of these distinguished honoraries here, we need to speak with one voice so that the economy of Nigeria will be the better for it. Our appeal, we are still appealing. There are basic things. CEOs that are here represented, executive directors that are here represented in our various banks. Let's still help us. Let every member of your staff be a member of CIBN. Some complain about subscription and so on. We have many banks that today pay the subscription upfront. January, February, they pay for all their staff. Please, where this is still not the case in your institution, help us out. Be it SEC, all the institutions, the academia, my guys here, Professor Taylor. Let's see what we can do so that we start catching them young at that level. Professor Taylor stands in front of a class, either undergraduate or postgraduate, to say, I'm a fellow of the institute. And you need to start building that capacity from that level. Start instilling the ethos, ethics, professionalism in them while they are still there. I think the industry will be better for it tomorrow. Once again, I congratulate each and every one of you. And it is my prayer that in years to come, we'll be counting our blessings by virtue of your contributions to the affairs of this institute.
It's my pleasure to say congratulations for being honored today. So much has been said, so I'm not going to say so much. But I remember when I was president, meeting with the body of bank CEOs, and asking my prices what I'm going to do. We don't want transactional relationship. What we need is a transformational relationship. Basically, pure and simple. And also, we also believe in this institute that value offering is what will take us there. And we decided to benchmark our syllabus, CFA, and other notable institutes, and found it out to Price Waterhouse. Today, what we have is comparable to any other certification globally. We did that so that we'll be proud of our young bankers. We've seen South Korea in their human capital development was the best thing that happened to them. So it cannot be exceptional to Nigeria. And we have to start, in our own Jerusalem. And our Jerusalem is Nigeria. So we have to build the young bankers. I will plead here that you support your staff to get research, to do the exams, to be involved, because you'll be better off for it. So on this note, I want to say again, transformational relationship and not transactional. Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, wisdom prefers. Wisdom prefers. I'm told let everyone but 2 minutes. That means because we know the number. I agree. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished body of past presidents, and distinguished members of council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers. First of all, let me say a very big thank you for really finding me deserving of the honorary fellowship of the Institute. I never expected it, I must say, and when I was contacted, by Akin to tell me that I have been selected, I was quite, elated. Not the least because I have been associated with this distinguished institute for a few decades now. I have been on different committees and boards of the institute, and I must say that I thoroughly enjoy working with and for the institute.
Recording in progress.
I will be very quick. Some of the comments that Mr. President and the former presidents have made, I think, are really very apt. And we need to be very, very honest with ourselves. One, we talk of Generation Z as the future. Sir, Generation Z is actually the present, because if you take our age brackets in this room, we do not constitute more than 20% of the population of this country. Most of the people in this country today are actually Generation Z, and they expect to see a different country than what they are seeing now. And that's why people are japping every day to other countries. Now, what do we do to arrest this situation? We must create a country of the dream of Generation Z, so that when they go out, they find that this country is actually better than where they are going to. And this is really very possible, Mr. President. So I think we need to do things a little differently. If I just give you one example. Today, the road infrastructure in Nigeria is one of the worst in the whole world. Yet, we are number 7 in terms of population in the whole world. So it's no brainer to expect young people to want to leave this country for other climes. And they are going to countries that are actually far below Nigeria. Many people are going to Africa, many countries in Africa. Now, if you look at our road infrastructure, we have a situation where the government builds the roads and we use the roads. When the government was doing telecoms, how many of us had phone lines in our houses? But today, that road has been developed to the private sector. Private sector has invested heavily, and they have made our telephone infrastructure basically similar to what you obtain in other parts of the world. And who is the biggest user of this is Generation Z. So Generation Z is prepared to pay for a service that is actually good. So if you ask me, we should actually have road infrastructure that is as good as what is obtainable around the world, but we should be able to pay for that. If you go to many countries today, as you pass, you see toll gates. These tolls are collected electronically, but the roads are fantastic. And I think we need to really use our platforms here, the CIBN, the capital market, everywhere, to push for policy changes that allow the private sector to actually participate. We had gridlock on the Lagos, Apapa Isolo Express Road just recently. Today, with the intervention of Dangote, this road has actually been constructed. If you give the right incentives, companies in the private sector can actually build excellent highways for which we'll pay. If you ask me, would I rather pay for a cell phone or for coming to Lagos from Abuja without any fear of pothole, I think I would rather actually pay for a highway. Then I think the last thing I will want to talk on is ethics. Whatever we do, this is really very important. And one of the former presidents actually, this is really key. Whether we are in banking or in the capital market, we need a good ethical framework and we need a good governance framework. That means each of our members must actually, serve with the best, possible interest. So we have to put the customer or the investor first in whatever, we do. I hope we'll have more interactive sessions, like this. But I will just, end my, little remarks, here. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
If you can reduce it, it's okay.
All right. Thank you once again, Mr. President and Chairman of the Governing Council, other past presidents here present. I must express my appreciation to the council as a whole for deeming me fit, to be awarded the fellowship of the CIBN. My other colleagues and of course others have also expressed some sentiments. I really share the sentiments expressed respect of what the role or the CIBN should play over the years of the Nigerian banking industry. Many of us have contributed a lot, but obviously there's a generational shift. And that generational shift comes with additional responsibility and risk to the system as a whole. We are all aware, of course, we're talking about Generation Z, and of course, the issue of Japan and the rest of it. And of course, the emerging risk also that is also coming across the industry, not just within the Nigerian banking industry, but globally. A major issue has to do with the issue of cybersecurity and other cross-border challenges. This is one area in which I think as regulators and supervisors, I must say that this is one area we can always link up with the CIBN to really update and of course uplift processes in terms of the training and the curriculum we also implement in the sector as a whole to upscale our role and responsibilities. Of course, speaking from the perspective of a deposit insurer, of course I can always relate to the issue of financial safety net arrangement. The deposit insurance scheme provides a convenient means of addressing some of our cybersecurity issues, because we also, apart from ensuring the sort of depositor safety or investment safety, we also have a role in actually regulating and supervising the industry as a whole. And of course, there is no better way of addressing the industry, of course, very frontally than taking up the issue of cybersecurity as regulators and guiding the processes. So this is one area that I look forward to seeing more collaboration between us as regulators and the CIBN through whatever avenue that may evolve over time. I don't want to take much of our time here, but all the same, I just want to express once again my gratitude and appreciation. And I want to assure you that this time around, as fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers, I stand ready to continually contribute my quota, and of course, not just as an individual person, my organization also.
And be a beacon of hope in Nigeria. It's very encouraging to see the bridge building with fintechs. Very encouraging to see what's happening in terms of creating training and building the next generation. In terms of suggestions for the future, what I would like to see more of is better collaboration between the institute and the banking industry. I think we can be a very powerful force for good and to make changes. There's some of those moves that have already started in terms of addressing particular challenges that we have as an industry. The suggestion is let's work more closer together. Let's, the Bankers Committee meets regularly, but there isn't an opportunity for the bank MDs and the institute to meet on a regular basis. My suggestion is that we do that, and together we will iterate what the future should look like, and we come up with joint initiatives together. Thank you.
Past presidents and my fellow honorary members, what I would like to say is that I'm very honored to be given this award. But also, what I have been doing before was I had contributed a bit to the institute in terms of chairing the technical committee for about 4 years. And then, but I haven't been doing much of recent. But I've got a lot of vast experience around payments, operations, technology, capital market operations. What I would love to do is actually to give back to the institute in working with the training organization to give back those things I've learned in these past 36 years of work around the cyber security, technology around payments, fraud management, and so forth. I would reach out to the institute and give my time and in terms of training, and also any other things they need me for, I will make myself available. Thank you very much.
Finally, good morning, my president, council members, past presidents, and my fellow awardees. It is for me a personal pleasure to be here this morning, and I want to just thank you all for thinking it's worthy to grant me this award. And like Verity had mentioned, it's even more pleasing because we didn't have to come and appeal for it. So we thank you very much. And for me also, I'm very glad that we are upholding the integrity of our institute. Having been in the industry for many years and grown through the ranks, and also worked in different areas of banking, I am very pleased with the progression that I've seen over the years. Well done to everyone that has helped to build the institute. For me, I think that coming into this year, especially my president's own tenure, I have been very involved. So I currently chair the mentorship committee of the CIBN, and I've also been honored to be the one that will take over the baton from Abu as chairperson of the dinner of the annual conference for next year. And like my colleague Taiwo has said, he's also my executive director at the institution. We are ready to give more of our time and our resources to ensure that our association continues to progress even better. One or two areas I would just like to mention. When I sit back and I looked at what our universities, federal universities went through this year, our children went through and had to sit back at home for over 7 months. I think that it is not good for any country to put their future labor force in this kind of dilemma. I would have liked the institute to play a better role as being a pressure point to ensure that that didn't happen. It has happened, but we need to ensure that we don't put our children through this. You wonder why they go away. It's because of things like this, and they don't see a future for the country. So I would like us as CIBN to stand as a pressure group, a formidable pressure group, to ensure that these ills in our society are reduced significantly. And that'll be one thing that will be pleasing, if we can, work towards that and ensure that we do not have 8 months, 7 months, 1 month of our students staying back home, because it affects the workforce. It definitely could affect the workforce, and we wonder sometimes why the quality of our graduates are dropping. And I think that if we do this, it will be one great justice that we are doing to our country, Nigeria. Once again, thank you very much. I'm really honored to be here today.
Good morning, my president and Oputuku Welota, the body of the past president, highly recognized. For me, today is one of my happiest moments, in the sense that I thought when I was done in banking, that's the end of everything. But I remember vividly well when we were in Savannah Bank of blessed memory. And, my boss, my late boss, who incidentally was president here, what he did, and that's Mr. Femi Adekoye. I remember, he wrote a book, Elements of Banking, in those days and what have you. So we were seeing them at very, 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 very top, and one day, it's our wish as a young man that one day we too will be a fellow of the Institute of Bankers. So we, for a very long time, I've seen this place as the highest honor in the industry, that if you are in that industry and you are not recognized by Chartered Institute of Bankers, you still need to do more. So when I left and nothing like that came up, I said, okay, we bless God. But at this junction, I want to say thank you very much to the present council who deemed it fit to make me realize my life ambition. Thank you very much. It's better to be late than never. Now, my advice to the Institute, and I think one of the past presidents did mention it, is the issue of training. Training. And you see, you can make use of loads of human resources that you have in the industry. Particularly the past president, we have one of the gurus in treasury management as past president of this institute, and that's Mr. Jayola. He's still very active, and I think since he's alive, we need him more. Training, institute should organize training, and one way or the other, I don't know whether we're going to make it a moral suasion or a compulsory thing. Now the people that decide the industries are well represented here. I'm talking about the MDs and the CEOs. Maybe there is going to be a way that you tell them that at least minimum number of staff should be sent to the institute training. That's very, very important. The next one is Lagos State Government. The institute is seated here, and I think there is a bit of gap between the institute and the state government. We need to do a lot of collaboration. The essence of some of us who are here, we're from the same, we're from this state, and we're a bit close to the power that be. And the good thing is that in the last 2 or 3, particularly presently, the government of the state is an ex-banker. Once a banker is always a banker. So I will advise that the council should please try and reach to the state government, and I can assure you that the state is ready to assist the council. Once again, with due respect, I am really, really grateful.
I started my career in the conventional banking industry. I did more than 2 decades. And after 2 decades, I saw the opportunities in the non-interest banking space and led a team to set up Nigeria's second non-interest bank. And we've been in business for about 3 years. We thank God for the success that we recorded. But more importantly, we created direct jobs. In terms of direct jobs, we created about 800. Indirect jobs, we created thousands of jobs. In terms of taxes, we paid billions of naira in taxes, and that is impact. But there's an issue that is very dear to my heart, and I've discussed it with you, Mr. President, on a number of occasions, also discussed it with the registrar and so on. And it is capacity development for that segment of the industry. Today, that segment of the industry is the fastest growing all over the world. Even in Nigeria, it's growing at a very fast pace, and it's making significant impact. But we don't have certifications for that segment of the industry, and we need to build capacity. And I'm glad the former presidents, all of them, said a word or two about capacity development. And it's very important. I don't think it would be right for the non-interest banking industry to have its own version of an institute that issues certification. I think the CIBN should take up that responsibility. So we have one large industry that everyone keys into. So I think it's very, very important, and we have to move into action because we've discussed it severally. And if we achieve it, believe me, we will make impact. Because there are several jurisdictions where non-interest banking has taken root, and their certifications are not very strong. So you begin to see people coming in from Kenya, from Ghana, from other countries, coming into Nigeria, coming into CIBN to undergo some of these programs. And that way will attract foreign exchange. Our industry will become stronger and more prominent on the global stage. Today, if you look at Malaysia, Malaysia has a very developed banking industry. Almost 30% of it is non-interest Islamic, and it's growing. Today we go to Malaysia, we spend so much money going to Malaysia, undertaking courses and so on and so forth. So the big that industry is really looking back. So, Mr. President, this is an assignment I'm taking upon myself to deliver, and very soon we will pay you a courtesy call to begin to put things in motion to see how we can achieve it.
I was standing on the existing protocol to appreciate you all. And the first point of my presentation will be in the area of dedicating the award that I have not received. And when I say dedication, to the past presidents and the present president of this institute, who labored to the point of bringing this particular institution to global record. I congratulate you all. To my registrar, who is my mentor, my benefactor, it will be a minus on my part if I fail to recognize my source. I appreciate you. The second angle here that I personally envy and cherish from the beginning of my participation in the agenda called Chartered Institute of Bankers is simple. Your succession plan and structure remains unbeatable. Now, I have the privilege of being part of strategy and advocacy committee. From afar, my perception about the institute wasn't deep until I got involved in that particular committee. I must confess, it is a project on its own. And in addition to that, my advice will be more of collaboration and partnership, and that is what my stance, my bank, Parallels Bank, stands for. There are many things that we are doing alone today that we can do together at the most cost-effective and efficient manner. Why do you want to go alone? In addition to that, partnership between the institute and we bankers are inevitable, and it must continue to be well pronounced, enhanced, and energized. If anything at all, two things are critical at this particular point in time: the direction of technology and the workforce constraints that we currently have in the industry. And it goes beyond just an exercise, talk about topic. there should be deliberate collaboration, deliberate attempt by the stakeholders to work together as a team and possibly prefer solutions, because this particular syndrome is not for today, it is something that will remain for a while. We just have to confront it and come up with solutions that can at least reduce it to the barest minimum. And in the area of technology as well, you've taken a point and will continue to follow the trend. And finally, if you ask me, the population of this institute is not enough. It is imperative to extend our reach and accommodate particularly the upcoming generation. By the time that they have a taste of what you are doing, I have no doubt in my mind that they will have absolute buy-in. And finally, Chartered Institute of Bankers have gone to places globally, but I will say that it is not enough. I had the privilege of being part of London branch in terms of, if nothing else, hosting the promoters that came to establish that particular branch. And today, it has come to stay. There are many other key countries that will need to register this, primarily because Chartered Institute of Bankers is not domesticated, but a global brand. Thank you.
And there have been a lot of giant strikes. First and foremost, most bankers did not believe in the framework. I'm not trying to set us up here, because it was set up because we were not guiding ourselves right. People were hopping from bank to bank without competence and skills, so there was no depth in the industry. What that framework was meant to do was guide us back to the right track and build bankers, so that you put the right person in the right key person positions. Those positions were critical to the survival of the industry. And we started, I'm proud to say that the banker was in the antitrust bank. We were the first to ensure that our training school was accredited and other banks followed suit. That has helped us. We would have been in trouble today with this Japan syndrome if we had not started building capacities then. For instance, an access bank today has the largest number of candidates sitting exams. What are we doing? We now have accreditation, we are giving exceptions. Why are we not encouraging our staff to take advantage of that and be certified? We are going to go to the next level. I believe we all here should be proud of the institute that we belong to. If we don't build it, we are not building ourselves. We cannot even have a voice in taking decisions if we don't strengthen our institute. The institute is growing. We've automated, we now do CBT exams in the institute all around West Africa. The mentoring program, when we're going to start it too, it looked like it will work. It's working, but we need to strengthen it. All of us here can be mentors to these mentees, because if we are mentoring them right, Japa will not be part as well. So it's an indictment of us. There is a lot that we can still do. I know we are going places. We now have linkages with universities. We are also collaborating with institutes. We've heard about Bangor, we've heard about Lagos Business School. So there are so many giant strikes that we can still do. I believe that the first thing we need to do here today, those of us who are on this, is to determine that we are going to be truly part of taking decisions in the institute and not leave it to some people. Once we get that in place, it goes to easy. We will be an institute to be recorded. We see what is happening with ICANN. That can be the same for CIBN, and it's already getting to that. Even my friend from LBIC, we are collaborating with Lagos State. We are not at the Investiture program that happened recently. Before they did the Lagos State did the Investiture, they came to the institute, and we sat with them to encourage them and tell them what they need to do to help the economy to grow. So I'm still looking for greater heights by the institute. I thank you once again for the honor, and pray that God will strengthen us all. Thank you.
And of course, in that time also I've been an examiner with the institute, and I've been the chief examiner for the past 10 years for the institute. So that has always been my business. This particular fellow will now confirm me to do more and to make sure that the institute continue to reflect in the lives of the young ones, so that by the time they are graduating, they know they are also part of it. I know that myself and Professor Olaniwaju were in the same department, Banking and Finance, before we went to law, because now Professor of Law. But I know that in his blood, it's a banking and that's why it's sitting that way. And I want to thank God that he's part of the team there, because he has actually promoted the banking and finance for leading that way. And he started promoting it also in backup, because we are also in backup together. I know there was a time our department of economic banking and finance were fighting with the faculty of law, whether I should stay here or stay there and all those things, but eventually they won on the other side. But I'm happy that still here. I want to promise that this particular honor will reflect in my further commitment to this city. Thank you very much.
Morning, Mr. President and Chairman. Good morning, council members. Good morning, distinguished body of past presidents. Good morning, fellow honorees. I'd like to give my date of my position to the Institute for this honor. It's no mean honor at all. It's a great thing for me, and I appreciate that. And for me, it is a call to greater duty and responsibility to the Institute. 2 big points I'd like to make. A lot has been said about banking being a key driver of the economy. I would like to suggest, okay, to the Institute that to try, the President has spoken so much about collaboration, and I know a whole lot is going on in collaborating with other sectors, professions, and but from organizations at the last annual conference, it would appear to me that the perception of banking and our contribution to the economy is still not very, very positive. I sat at two of the parallel sessions, and I had to, at a point, even though I wasn't meant to be one of the discussants, I had to stand up to clarify certain issues because the perception is still low. So I think I commend that collaboration. I think it's something we need to work more and more on so that people can understand the role of banking, what we ought to do, and actually the contributions that we make is very, very important. My second point is, yes, today we are here being conferred the honorary fellowship of the Institute. I had attended one or two as a guest, and I'm just wondering, just after this place here today, is there a forum, is there a way we'll always come back to sit down, have conversations and make contributions? Mr. President, it might be something you wish to consider. Maybe it's an annual thing, it's an interactive session with all the fellows. I believe there are hundreds of thousands of us as a team. I mean, if you permit me to, yeah, especially a review, maybe about 1,000 or close to that. But it doesn't matter. But the purpose is like, Mr. President, how do you ensure that after this session today, that the body of fellows, okay, who occupy various key positions in the economy and the society, are enlisted, are challenged, are called to make contributions? I think it's very important. Speaking to that a little bit more, one area that is very key to me from experience is the National Assembly. Yes, I know we spoke about the review of the relevant laws and all that. But a whole lot happens in the National Assembly. The industry is suffering, the industry is challenged, we had to deal with several issues. I think it is one of the areas where we need to extend this collaboration along more so we can influence policies, regulations, and things that truly would help to catalyze the industry. Once again, I would like to say I'm indeed honored and privileged to be one of the honorees today, and I pledge my commitment in whatever way or whatever roles or responsibility I call upon. Thank you very much, and have a
For me, there are probably only two things. One, to thank the Institute. When the bankers start honoring economists, you know that something is happening, hopefully for the better. Truly, I'm very, very grateful. This is the first professional honor of this kind for me, and so
A lot's been said, Japa syndrome. Believe me, some of the things that have been said are outside of Nigeria's control. Japa will continue for at least the next 15 to 20 years. Doesn't matter what Nigeria does, I can guarantee that. But the point to make to this institute is the following. The next 5 to 10 years are going to be very, very challenging. It does not matter who wins the election, I guarantee that. And so to that extent, the institute already has to start having a view. What should be the role of the institute? What contributions will the institute make in the policy discussions that must happen? Again, I thank the institute for this honor and look forward to contributing to its work. Thank you very much.
Good morning, all. It's my duty to stand on the system protocol. I must say a very big thank you to everybody, especially the body, for considering for this honor. Much has been said, but I want to just put my own pledge to say we have had a series of advices and every other areas. I am here to contribute my quota and I am ready to serve in any way I'm called. This is a challenge that we should all face, and having been honored this way, I think we should all consider it as a privilege. This is a very prestigious institute. So, given this opportunity, I believe we should all be ready whenever one call upon to serve, and I am pledging my support at any way I call upon to serve. Thank you.
I thank you very much for this honor. It's a delight, and it's a rare privilege. So it's not taken for granted. For me, it is a call to serve, it is a call to contribute, it is a call to stewardship. And I make that commitment that all this will be done. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, council members, body of past president, and my fellow honorees. I think I'll just summarize for the whole. I haven't listened to all the promises, the pledge, the commitment, and I want to say you can hold me accountable. But that's my role where I work. And we, as a CEO, you are held accountable for everything. So you can hold me accountable for all the honoraries. Everything they are pledged, they will perform. So you can hold me accountable for that. But I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the honor. I've been either through the institute or whatever I do in the industry, I've made my contribution, and it's a pledge also that I will continue to do that for the institute as well. And I believe that what this has achieved I think in the last 3, 4, 5 years, I've been closer serving some committees, and I've seen the stride that the institute have made, and I believe that the institute is positioned to actually take further leap. I would like to lean on what the prof has said, the economist has said, that what is coming is formidable, it's critical, and I think the institute must take a position in order to, in the next 5 to 10 years, what is coming in the country, we have to do something about that as an institute. But we pledge our commitment. Thank you very much.
I think we need to challenge ourselves more. I think we need to do more. My Oga here, Mr. Barao, knows. One of the things we need to ask ourselves is Bankers Committee a legal entity? Should we have a Bankers Committee? It's the only industry in the world, in Nigeria, where the regulator regularly calls CEOs and tells them what to do. I think it should be against antitrust policies to have Bankers Committee. I think bankers should be allowed to compete with themselves. And I think that we need to start challenging ourselves and the regulators more. I think that banks have been whipped into shape by the regulators, especially CIBN, according to them. And I think that we need to ask ourselves, what's best for the industry? And challenge a little bit more some of the dictates that come from the regulators. I think that's what CIBN stands for. That's what I hope BDAN will stand for. And the fact that we challenge them doesn't mean we don't cooperate with them, we don't listen to them, we don't honor them. But I think that even your children challenge you sometimes when you ask them to do things they feel is not correct. So, President, Chairman, fellow honorees, let's not challenge ourselves to do more for university. Thank you.
The issues, and I can assure you, we even recorded them. Basically, begin to implement them, which is words of wisdom, essentially. We also acknowledge those that have joined us online. But for want of time, I want to say thank you so much for making our time for this very interactive session, which for us has helped us to also situate the things we do and going to do as much as possible. So on that note, I will then ask the registrar to give a vote of thanks for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and the office holders, past presidents. It's good for us to quickly also identify and acknowledge those who have just come in. I'd like to start from the online or virtual members. We just had Dr. Bayo Lubemi joined us online. Thank you. And while the program continued, you saw the DG of SEC who had spoken, Madam Lamido Yuguda, also came in very much. We also had the MD of Stanbic IDCC, he also came in. We had the MD of FCMB joined us. Thank you very much. And Mr. Detayo, who was either online, came in to join us. Thank you very much. And of course, before his arrival, I told you that he was called when he came in the first time. But I'm sure as an economist, he's been able to manage the economy of his time. And around his assignment, he came back. And he also still told me that somebody, I would not like to mention his name, might still call me. So, Professor Odoyin Salami, thank you very much for being here. Of course, the MD of Polaris Ike also came in. Thank you. Some people are asking, MD of Polaris, don't worry. As at the last time, when you were appointed or elected, that's it. So, again, from our leaders' side, we received also the former MD of AMCON, the pioneer MD of AMCON, and chair of Fidelity Bank PLC, and of course currently the chairman board of Bank Directors Association of Nigeria, Mr. Mustafa Chikobi came in, and he has spoken that as children we should also challenge our parents, but with a lot of diplomacy. We have in our midst the former deputy governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, my own mentor, the man who sat atop of FSS 2020 in 2004 and took all of us and drilled all of us on what human capital, ICT, and all that we're seeing should be. Madam Suleiman Barrow, FCIB, thank you very much. Also joined us is the man who is going to speak to us on infrastructure today. Many did not have known him. Many did not know LCCI, the toll gate along Ozumbambadwe and all the rest. Mr. Opuyo flew in to join this conversation. Thank you very much, Mr. Opuyo. You are most welcome. And we also have Dr. Segun Aino, the president of the Global Banking Education Standards Board, as well as former president of this institute. And of course, we call him Mr. Fintech. Age is not an issue. You are most welcome, Dr. Aino. Again, we have our sister, our leader, our mentor, former chair of Access Bank PLC, Mrs. Mosun Bello Olushoka. Thank you, Antimo, for joining this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running very, very speedily for time, and you know time is money. So we want to say big thank you to all of you. It's been a wonderful interactive session. Recorded and noted for taking Nigeria to the next level, the banking industry to the next level. Rest assured that we will do this through you and through every other stakeholder. Thank you so much. We also have the chairman body of bank CEOs has just joined us, Mr. Ebenezer, the MD of Zenith. He has just joined us, and that's to tell you that there's always an established relationship with the body of bank CEOs. All MDs in Nigeria is a committee of the institute, and it's been on to really make a lot of intervention on behalf of the operators, as the case may be. Mr. President, with your permission, I think we can just put our hands together for this wonderful interactive session, which I can refer to as one of the best in recent times. Thank you very much. As we rise for prayers, which I will request humbly Madam Yuguda to do for us.
In our midst, in our hearts, we also ask for a safe travel back to our respective destinations for all those who are here. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alamin, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, Malik Yawmiddin, Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in, Ihdina as-sirata al-mustaqim, sirata alladhina an'amta alayhim, غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين.
Growth and development. Project life cycle must be shortened. Partners must be assured of their benefits without interference from succeeding government. Project must be rid of conflict of interest and minimum resistance from end users. It's noteworthy to mention that amidst the ongoing efforts to tackle this challenge, the Central Bank of Nigeria announced the creation of the Infrastructure Corporation, the InfraCorp, in October 2020. We sincerely appreciate our esteemed guest speaker, Mr. Okuyo, Senior Partner, Africa 50 Infrastructural Acceleration Fund, who has accepted to share with us extensive insight as we speak on the ongoing effort, as well as the role of financial institutions in bridging
the gap has been identified, our role has been defined. I think we should just all engage in this conversation today and leave here with different results to make things happen. Thank you very much, sir. Next, I would like to recognize a special set of people. These people I call the founding fathers of CIBN. Now, I want to say there are many institutions and there are many institutes. There is none like the CIBN. Can I have a round of applause, please? Because this institute is built on solid rock foundation, and when you have a solid rock foundation, it's because you have founding fathers who are themselves people who are standing in the gap. So without much ado, I'd like to recognize first someone I call my daddy, Mr. J.O. Ekidayo, FCIB. You're very welcome, sir. Next, I'd like to recognize Mr. Laoye Jayola, FCIB You're welcome, sir. Dr. Shego Aino, OFR, FCIB, you're very welcome, sir. Professor Shego Ajibola, PhD, FCIB, you're welcome, sir. Dr. Uche Messiah Olowu, PhD, MNI, FCIB, you're very welcome, sir. My very Oga, who is with us online, Dr. Bayo Williams Olubini, FCIB, thank you very much, sir, for all you've done for the Institute. And I'd like to also recognize the past registrar and chief executive, Oloye Eson Ogunleye, FCIB. You're very welcome, sir. Right, we will be moving on quickly and we'll be taking the special remarks from the chairman of the occasion, Alhaji Sulaiman Barau, OON, FCIB.
President and Chairman of the Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers, the first Vice President, the second Vice President, the National Treasurer, past Presidents, Council members, Fellows of the Institute, the Registrar, and Chief Executive, my friend, distinguished special guests, Mrs. Mosungil, who incidentally was my colleague at Continental Merchandise in the 80s, but we never interacted. Our deans of today, many of whom are my former professional colleagues, my friends, who by protocol we should have called first. But today we are on this today, so we want to bless you properly while you know. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me also as well welcome the former governor of Ogun State, who has I'm truly honored today to be part of this year's fellowship investiture event. Let me thank the president of the CIBN and as well seize the opportunity to congratulate him on his elevation and that position. Let me thank my friend, the musician, Dr. Olobi, for inviting me today to be this event. Great honor that I really appreciate. Therefore, welcome the President and welcome you all this morning to this event. I want to also congratulate the distinguished recipients, particularly of the Fellowship Award on this prestigious institute of your family. I want to tell the institute acknowledging the numerous strides we have all achieved by their various fields of endeavor that led to our recognition today. Your immense contribution towards the growth and development of the CIBN, individually and collectively, is the reason why we are being honored today. I congratulate you again. For me, the CIBN is an institute that is deeply rooted in excellence, particularly in skills development of members as well as contributing positively to the banking, financial and business environment, and ultimately to the economic development of our dear country. I therefore salute the CIBN as it has become today a model of self-regulated institutions in Nigeria, as well as a model for schools development and administration in Nigeria. I can attest to that because even before I was myself made an honorary fellow, I have actively participated in the activities of the institute, particularly in support of the CIBN Bankers Committee then, when it committee was the Secretariat for the Monetary Fiscal Subcommittee of CIBN in the 90s and 2000s. I've since then observed the outstanding succession structure of the Institute for offices, particularly of the President, Council members, and the registrar. This is not only commendable, but has enabled it to discharge its functions sustainably and creditably. One of the more visible functions of the CIBN is its program in training activities. Here are these are sets of our programs designed to improve and broaden as well as build skills in our banking sector and the broader financial services sector. In this respect, CIBN has frankly gone beyond its traditional approach and embraced much more innovative approaches. I'll mention these three areas that I am personally aware of or involved in. The first is the role it played under the Financial System Strategy 2020 of Central Bank of Nigeria. CIBN played, and I believe is still actively playing the role of guiding the human capital stream of the NSS 2020 in its effort to structure learning and application to supply the needed skills that is consistent with Nigeria's desire to develop a financial system that will power Nigeria's objective of becoming one of the top 20 economies in the world before by the year 2020, but ultimately when we achieve that objective. CIBN as well as the second area that has contributed is I recently attended a graduation ceremony for a program at Bangalore University in Wales, and I was amazed to see quite a number of Nigerians under an arrangement that has been organized by CIBN in partnership with that university to turn out to graduate, that was done, to provide guidelines activities that are needed. That was shocking to me, and it is most impressive. Finally, CIBN has championed the Global Institute of Chartered Institutes. I think the first gathering of that Global Institute was hosted here. I believe that that will enable CIBN to tap on whatever is happening in those advanced countries through the issues that it affiliates to. And therefore, all of today's this and other members of the institute help CIBN to deliver on its mandate, particularly as it shares its mission, going forward so that it can achieve its objective. The theme of today's lecture, the President has said, is quite topical. It is topical because it is a completion of the huge infrastructure deficit that we have. In spite of different efforts of government to bridge this gap, there is still huge funding gap that needs to be filled. And I'm sure that the next speaker will do just so I know what is required. And I believe that the financial system, the banking sector, has a role to play. Secondly, by broadening the role of financial institutions beyond just banking, it is commendable. I believe that banks have played a key role in supporting the economic development in Nigeria, but the provision of the huge capital to finance the deficit for infrastructure development has to come from outside the banking system, to the broader capital markets, and of course, the mentioned sector where there's huge untapped funds that needs to be captured and brought in for various development within this business. I believe that a vibrant fixed income capital market, and I'm talking about the DG sector, will help to raise a huge pool of assets, pool of capital outside the banking system, and what available through the pension source will help to bridge the gap in the provision of huge infrastructure that is needed to develop our economy. And therefore, in fact, the Institute for choosing this topic, I welcome the guest speaker, and and we look forward to distinguished delivery and the discussions that will follow. I congratulate the CIBN today. I congratulate the awardees, many of them who are my friends and professional colleagues, and I look forward to a fruitful relationship. Thank you very much.
An occasion which I believe will serve as a veritable pathway towards revamping the Nigerian economy, making its impact as a forerunner in the gospel of economic upliftment of the nation. In recent times, we have witnessed the global economic slide with various sovereign governments tasked with the daunting duty of pursuing economic growth. The light speaker is so bad. The sustainability of the working economy goes hand in hand with the efficiency of several subsectors, chief amongst which is being a workable infrastructural plan that caters to the development of that nation. Various economic theories and practices have all pointed out the one undeniable fact, and that is that infrastructure is vital to the development of any economy and also its prosperity. Therefore, accelerated infrastructure development via selected profitable investment has become a tool in the hands of many economies. Developed nations have dived into various large-scale developmental projects that have geared towards upgrading and maintaining existing infrastructure, which in turn stimulates economic cooperation. Developing countries are also inclined towards putting in place certain developmental projects that speed up industrialization and urbanization processes. This has become an imperative task for many, particularly in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, which ravaged many countries, some of which are yet to recover from the devastating effects of the collapsed economic activities. Strengthening infrastructure development, particularly in Africa, is key to establishing tighter economic ties and regional economic integration that ensures the continued development of the nation. The expansion of trade, people-to-people exchange, as well as capital flows between several neighboring countries and regions demand greater and more sustainability and more sustained infrastructural capacity. The KPMG has stated that by year 2030, the global demand for infrastructural development and investment would reach about $50 trillion. In Africa, there has been a dearth of infrastructural development resulting in certain deficits that seemingly hinders regional connectivity. The president of African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, recently stated that although the bank has committed over $44 billion to infrastructure across Africa in the last 6 years, there is a huge financing gap of between 68 and 108 billion annually. Within the context of Nigeria, infrastructure, education, and healthcare facilities, there is a lack of proper road network and poor maintenance of existing ones, and the stagnancy of very slow progress in the expansion of road. And it just galls me to see that we have. Also, commercial banks and merchant banks have been known to be responsible for funding major construction companies, including the MTN Telecoms expansion, the merger and Cranbrook. These are construction companies. They also have been financing the Dangote Group, including their refinery, the cement and other the fertilizer factories. And so, yes, we have a lot of things to do So as our president said, I think
in Nigeria. And these are caused because there's a lack of basic services. Power, water. You're probably thinking water, that's obvious. If you give your child dirty water, the risk of dysentery or diarrhea or something else, waterborne disease, is obvious. But why electricity? I'll tell you why electricity. It's not because we all want to have light and live in air-conditioned environments. It's very simple. The International Energy Agency reported that in 2000, just to give you this statistic, about 800,000 Africans, mostly women and children, died because of air pollution. That's inhaling noxious fumes. Let me make that even more graphic for you. Imagine the lady could be in the village somewhere, cooking in a very confined space, using dirty charcoal, using dirty firewood that emits a lot of carbon monoxide, and that's what happens. They inhale that and it kills them. And of that 800,000, about 500,000 of those people were, again, women and children. And that happened in the home. So being able to have electricity that can substitute us having to use charcoal and dirty fuels, some of the biomass that we use, has to be a good thing for us. There are huge opportunities as well in terms of the tech age. The very fact that we survived COVID is also because of technology advancement. I don't know how many businesses deals I did online. I didn't have to travel, like, unfortunately I'm having to do so much again. For a period of time it was actually peace. Sometimes it's nice just sitting in one place for a week without being in 3 or 4 different countries. So technology has gone a long way. Even here in Nigeria, Nigeria actually has given birth to some of Africa's major unicorns in the fintech space. So these opportunities are huge, but we are still, when you look at Africa relative to the rest of the world, we're still not as deeply penetrated as we should be to take advantage of the leapfrogging effect of technology. On the logistics point, I think I can use Nigeria as an example. We can see our ports, especially in Lagos. You know, the capacity simply is not there, and all the ancillary infrastructure, for example, to bring the goods services to the port and clear them out are equally not there. So the challenges are clearly significant. So we move on to talking about climate change, and for those of you who know, I mean, this photograph was taken, I think, last week or so in Yenagoa in Bayelsa State. There have been severe floods all across the north of Nigeria. We've seen them in the east and also in the south-south. So the point is, look, this talk about climate change, and we will talk about the implications for infrastructure, because it is significant. It's not somebody making it up, it's real. It's affecting people out there. Can we look at the next slide, please? So the impact, for example, we're seeing various things. There's heavy rainfall. And by the way, this heavy rainfall did not start just in the last week when we saw these floods. I remember, and I'm going back maybe to 2010, around 2010, 2011, at the time running and building parts of the Lekki Toll Road. And I will never forget, it was in June of one of those years, and the rainfall that we had in one particular day was the rainfall that we would have expected in the entire month. That was itself a warning that things were not, all okay. And today we see everything, droughts in different parts of the continent. What this picture shows, if you can see it, is just to give you a sense that it's all over. And this isn't an exhaustive list. Something like about 5,000 people, I think, have died so far from the impacts of flooding. In Nigeria alone, about 600 people, I believe. We've had cyclonic weather in southern Africa. The impact of the droughts and other things in the Horn of Africa has displaced and has affected about 8 million plus people. This is real. As a consequence, we need to take it seriously when we think about our infrastructure solutions. And you know something else? It isn't just that floods and other things come and they displace people's homes, they destroy our crops and affect our food production. It also affects our health, because with water comes waterborne diseases. And I'm hearing really terrible stories of what we're even seeing in Nigeria, in the south-south and in other places where the flooding has occurred, of dead bodies exhumed, from their graves and floating out there. You can only imagine what that's doing to polluting the water sources. So it's a very serious problem. We have to think if there are things that we can do to deal with them. And I'll try and share with you a few insights on that. But what this slide is telling you is, and as bankers and financial institutions or investors, whichever side of the equation you sit, there is and there will continue to be an increased emphasis on investing and financing sustainable infrastructure. I presume you probably all know that COP27, so the next climate change summit, comes up in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt week after next. I assure you there will be a lot of talk about climate change, including what we call having a fair and just transition for Africa. I will come to that point later on. But if you begin to think about, okay, so what does this mean for infrastructure? We then have to start talking about the potential strategies that, as financiers of infrastructure, we should be thinking about. Power supply, we know, is a very big issue. We've already agreed that from the initial assumptions. But it's what type of power supply we should be going for. And the pressure is on to invest more in renewable energy, the likes of solar power, maybe wind power, perhaps more hydro, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, there is a reality, and this is where this just and fair transition discussion comes in the sense that not all renewable energy can give us the base load power that we need to develop. So Africa, Nigeria, and all of us, we deserve to develop our economies as well. So we've got to find the right energy mix, but moving more towards renewable energy, especially as solutions like storage of power begin to come into being. Because the reality is that, look, the sun, we all say, let's go and do solar power. Great, we should. But the sun doesn't shine 24/7. So when the sun's gone, where's the power coming from if you don't have storage solutions? The wind doesn't blow 24/7 either. And sometimes the velocity of the wind changes. So again, this is the way we need to think a bit more creatively. And the idea about the just transition is being able to focus on natural resources like gas, which we have a lot of on the continent. But you'll find that part of the strategies are some people, especially in the developed world institutions, are saying there should be no financing whatsoever given to fossil fuels. What we argue, and Africa 50 is one of those voices, is we do say that, look, we need to allow Africa the time to grow and develop. By the way, currently only 4% or thereabouts of global emissions it comes from Africa. It's not us that caused the problem. Now, I am not saying that means we should not care about it, because we do need to care about it. We live in this world, and even though we pollute the least, we are impacted the most. The stats actually show that. So it's about finding the right balance that allows us to get that mix and still grow. We also need to have strategies that focus on climate resilience infrastructure. What do I mean by that? I'm going to give an example from my personal experience, and I'm going to try and adapt it to this environment here. This example I'm talking about, back in the day, mid-90s, I was in the water industry. I sat on the board, and I was also the financial controller for the region that was responsible for what we called the Izmit BOT water project. That was a project that cost about $1 billion to build. It was at the time the largest privately financed BOT in the world. We built a dam in Yuvacik, which is the northeastern part of Turkey. We built a 420 liter a day water treatment plant in that same region, several pumping stations, reservoirs, and a 150-kilometer pipeline that stretched from Kocaeli province in Turkey westward almost to Istanbul. Now, the point about this is when that plant was designed, it was designed to withstand the highest, at least a very high threshold in earthquakes. And people were saying, well, why are you spending all that money? Because of course it costs you more when you put more strength, I guess, into what you're doing, more resilience. But lo and behold, in 1999, Turkey was hit, at least that province, the northeast, was hit with an earthquake. It measured, I think it was 7.4 on the Richter scale. Now, the official death count was 20,000. The unofficial death count was 40,000. But here's the good news. That plant I described to you, the Izmit BOT, the entire infrastructure, because we built it to a standard that was designed to withstand a shock like that. So we had the pre-knowledge that it was a potential earthquake zone. And we said, if that ever happened, what's going to be the consequences? As a consequence, we built it, and you know, there wasn't even barely a hairline crack in all the concrete works. And I'm pleased to tell you that that plant was the only source of clean, safe, potable water supplies during the transition period whilst the recovery from the earthquake was going on. That's what I mean by resilient infrastructure. So how can that work in the situation here? Now, I'm going to talk, I hope, sensitively about the current flooding situation in Nigeria. Now, I'm saying this because, by the way, if you're following global news, it isn't only in Nigeria we've seen this kind of disastrous floods. We've seen them in Europe, we've seen them in the US, and in various other parts of the world. So flooding isn't a problem. But here's the thing. I know from having done so many of these sorts of major projects globally for 30 years, that when we actually design projects, your design parameters should actually consider, again, I've used the Izmit earthquake example, what level of resilience do you want? Are you designing for a 1 in 50-year storm? And storms are usually what we use. Is it a 1 in 50-year storm? Is it maybe a 1 in 100-year storm? A 1 in 250-year storm? Maybe we should begin to start designing for 1 in 1,000-year storms. Because the sort of things we're seeing, maybe it's like Noah's Ark days, biblical times, but the fact is they're here. Science tells us that this climate change thing is not going anywhere in a short space of time, and we have to face that reality. Now, it's like insurance, and God bless insurance, because people don't always appreciate what you do. It's when your car breaks down or has an accident, you now remember that I wish I had insurance. It's the same thing with building climate resilient infrastructure. We also have to focus on climate adaptation and decarbonization. What that basically means in simple English is, look, some of our infrastructure will continue polluting. But if there's a way we can actually convert them where they pollute less, that is also helping reduce emissions. So if I give you an example, in Africa 50 Group, we have a number of plants that we've built. One of the most recent ones went live about maybe the last quarter. And these plants are initially fired with diesel. They're in Senegal. And the reason why is because there isn't a lot of gas. But for those of you who know, Senegal has discovered larger gas fields. And these plants, when the gas comes on board, are convertible to gas. And gas is a cleaner fuel and consequently will make a big difference. So I see that, am I running out of time? Because whoever is controlling has overshot. I need you to go back to slide number 11 if you can, please, in controlling that. Am I on time? Okay. Can I have slide 11 for the audience? Go back, yeah. So look, I want to now put some numbers in context. Again, I'm looking from an Africa perspective, and I will try and translate as best I can into what we're hearing about Nigeria. So the first headline, and these are African Development Bank statistics, the total infrastructure need, this is just the standard stuff, is somewhere between $130 and $170 billion annually. I didn't say for the next 10, 20 or 30 years, I said annually. This is what the AFDB estimated. And even when you look at all the financing available from governments, donors, institutions, and otherwise, there is still a gap of between 68 and $108 billion. When you now think of the impact of climate change, which is an additional amount of money, we'll probably need somewhere between 120 and 150 billion by 2030 just to try and solve this problem. So we have to think how we're going to do that. But here's something also very interesting. AFDB also estimated that by the end of 2000, African institutions had something like about $1.8 trillion of assets under management. I think that number is probably more than 2 trillion by now. And these are mainly held in pension funds, insurance funds, sovereign wealth funds, and of course the plethora of banks and other institutions. So that point alone should begin to say there is money on the continent. I'm not saying it's sufficient, but later on we'll talk about how that money can be really helpful to catalyze more investment. The next slide, which has these graphs, is just simply letting you know that against that AFDB measure of 100 billion estimated every year, sorry it's not very clear, we were actually making good progress. In 2018, for the first time, the total financing commitments for infra exceeded 100 billion. And then COVID struck. So unfortunately, what you see is post the 2018 period, it's actually gone downhill again. That doesn't mean it can't come back up. It just means that there is a significant challenge. I'm going to speed up. If we move on the next slide, this one shows you two things. It says who is actually providing that financing and where is that financing going. And what you're going to find is that throughout the years covered by this graph, which is about 6 years, a 6-year horizon, it's actually been governments, African governments, that have funded most of the infrastructure. And we know that African governments generally are struggling on their balance sheets. More so, again, when you look at the impact of COVID and many other things, now we're suffering the impact of the Russian-Ukraine crisis and so on and so forth. So that puts pressure. What is nice to see is when you look at the share on that graph that related to the private sector, we have seen an increase. What it shows is that there is appetite to invest. And so we need to explore that a bit more. If we can move on, I think we're having challenges there. So I want to focus a bit more now on the institutions. If we were able to get on the slide and slide number 14, there I actually go into quite a bit of graphical analysis about who are the providers of finance. Now if you just, there it is. So just simplifying that very complex graph, and I presume that CIBN will make the presentation available to the audience so they can take their time. I don't want to go into it in total, but the key thing is the sources of finances are either, is it equity? Equity takes the most risk, and then you leverage and you bring debt in. And that comes from a variety of sources. There's private equity, so the fund that I'm senior partner of, we're a private equity infrastructure fund. We're happy to take risk, but some people don't. In fact, I often say money is a coward, especially when it's debt, because it wants to be secure, and you don't blame bankers for that either. Because their job is, when they provide finance, they're relying upon us equity investors to go out there, manage the risks, and make sure that those debts are serviced. But when you begin to look through the range of ways that you, as financial institutions, can participate, there are some financial institutions that invest in private equity funds. So that's one way. You can do that too, if you have the appetite for that. There's, of course, the long-term need, or the need for long-term senior debt. That's where a lot of commercial banks go. And one thing I have to say with humility and pride is when we did the Lekki Toll Road, I was really pleased at the time that we did this in 2008. The longest debt tenor, if I recall, in the market was 7 years. That was MTN. It was so humbling to see Nigerian banks, several of them, came in, like the likes of FBN, UBA, Fidelity, if I recall, and one or two others. They actually came in for 12 years tenors, and that stretched the yield curve, if you like. And that shows that within the banking community, there is that vision. And of course, to achieve that, we had to have all the right securities and things in place to protect the downside risk. We also need those who are going to subscribe to infrastructure bonds. That's another way of financing. I will show you in my next slide, if you like, the profile of a typical concession type financing and where that comes in. But I'll tell you this, we have a project in the Africa 50 group in Egypt where we have 6 operational solar power plants generating 400 megawatts, supplying the national grid in Egypt. And these are projects that we actually took, partnering with others, built them from early stage, financed them, then took them to bankability, invested in that, constructed, and they're now operating. In the last quarter, we've now refinanced them, having built it, shown the model works, shown the operations are moving well, and we've raised a $345 million green bond. I believe it was the first in West Africa that's been done. And a lot of institutions piled into that and acquired. So that's a way you can also play. A very important thing that we need is credit enhancement, which helps mitigate against risk. Risk is one of the single biggest reasons why investment does not come into the country and into Africa generally. And I'll talk about that shortly. But here in Nigeria, for example, I'm very proud again to talk about InfraCredit. They provide monoline insurance cover. That's an example of risk mitigation. But we have like African Development Bank willing to provide partial risk guarantees. We have MIGA, part of the World Bank Group, willing to provide political risk insurance. These are the sorts of things that we need. Of course, we need financial derivatives. You know, sometimes, particularly in our context of FX volatility, interest rate uncertainty sometimes, we need to have hedging instruments, and you can't exist without working capital. So we need that. How many minutes? 10, I'll be done by then. I've got 10 minutes. If I don't finish by 10 minutes, shout me off the stage. So I'm going to do my best to finish. Right, let's go on the next slide very quickly. This one is really important because here what I try to do is to let you understand that when you look at the start of a project, on the left-hand side from the very, very early stage when it's a concept, you take it through a stage where you get it to a point where you can actually attract the long-term capital you need to make that project constructed. At some point in time, you now reach the point where it's in commercial operation, you start showing the revenues are there, people then get the confidence. In fact, at that point in time, the project cash flows behave like fixed income instruments. That is the reason why in our project in Egypt, like I said, we were able to refinance, you know, raising $345 million with a green bond. So you have to choose. I need that slide back up. It's very important for the institutions because this talks very much about the roles that you will play. Can I have that slide back up? Right. So you have to decide where you play, and I'm going to make some recommendations. I don't expect commercial banks, I don't expect pension funds to bring capital and invest in, it's gone again, to bring capital and invest in the very early stage, where when you look at the bottom of that slide, I also talk about the risk profile. The risk is highest at the development stage. Now we know this because Africa 50 Group, we also have a fund that just does that. Now why is it the highest risk stage? Very simple. If you do not get to financial close, as in the point where you can now get in all the external long-term equity and debt, it's a wipeout. That money goes. So I'm not going to be asking our pension funds to invest, you know, in projects at that stage. When you now get to the financial close stage, all the capital is there. In theory, the projects have been totally de-risked. That's the process of taking it to bankability. It is safer. The risk profile lowers down. Some investors are happy, some banks, like those I mentioned that came with us on the Lekki Toll Road, they can come in then. But then again, some, especially pension funds, they want a bit more certainty, so they can wait. When construction is done, you're a bit in operations, the cash flows are now proven, then you can come in. And we can also refinance and take investors out. So let's move on. Now, this slide came up. Now I'm into the scale of, here's some ideas. We've talked about PPPs. We've talked about the concession model and how it works. We have the same understanding in terms of our fundamental assumptions of what we acknowledge, agree on, and accept. Look, this is a very simple model based on the concessions, the PPP model, and we're actively right now in engagement with several African countries where they want us to do this for them. Now, the way this works is it focuses on already existing infrastructure. Now, there's a lot of assets. It could be power assets, it could be water assets, it could be God knows what, which governments have tied in a lot of capital in, but unfortunately they are not able, because of their budgetary constraints, to maintain those assets. They don't have the technical capability to actually, you know, manage them well. So why not find a private investor who will come take it off your hands and then run it for you, deliver the service, and guess what? Unlocks capital because you're paying back the government. And that capital can then be used to either refurbish existing plants, invest in entirely new infrastructure, which, by the way, by the time you get to the third step, is the starting point of the recycling process again. The point I'm making is that with this, you can literally speaking create a long-term, perpetual cycle of infrastructure investment, simply managing the assets that we already currently have today. This is something that we do recommend. Now, the next slide is really important, because I'm now focused here on why isn't the capital flooding into Africa. And we say, oh, but we're 1.3 billion people. Nigeria, we're 200 million. Some are saying 250 million people. Why is it not coming? Such a huge market, such demand, such obvious need. And I'm saying this from the point of view of both a Nigerian, and proudly so, and also an international investor. Even before I came back to do Africa Plays, I was doing this globally, and I've seen it many, many, many years. People knocking at the door. They want to come and do business in our country. They want to come and do business on this continent. Yet still, it feels to me, and I've seen it again live, it's almost like there's a brick wall separating the investor, and then when they finally find a way to climb over the brick wall, there's the biggest, most fearsome, most powerful masquerade you see right behind it. Now, the bravest of them, or maybe the maddest of them, and I count myself amongst that, we stay and we fight it through. But many just say, you don't do, and they just take off. So this list of things, whether it's political risk, inconsistency in policy, inadequate tariff regimes, lack of risk mitigation, maybe financing that is too onerous in terms of the terms and the cost. We need to fix this. And it is not just government alone. Again, I go back to it is all of us. Government needs to set policies. Government needs to be consistent. When you sign a PPP agreement, government must respect the sanctity of contract. But financiers need to play their part as well. Try and understand the projects that you're in, understand the risk profile, underwrite accordingly, be willing to take long tenors, good pricing, and then end users. Look, at the end of the day, if we don't pay for the infrastructure, good utility scale infrastructure, which brings the cost down because of economies of scale, you will pay that multiple of 5 to 8 times with your generator or buying water from Mirua. It's just a simple, proven fact. So, I know that my time is almost done. We can skip to slide number 19. I won't go into detail again, you'll get the presentation. The point I'm actually trying to make here is to say this, and I believe this passionately. It is why I remain in the infrastructure space, and I've been so for over 30 years, like I said, globally. And I will keep coming back to Nigeria. I mean, Africa 50, we're already invested in Nigeria. We want to do more. It's not always easy to get it done, but we do. The point is, all of these challenges I've talked about, if you look at it, what are you thinking? Is the glass half empty or half full? If you believe the glass is half full, those same challenges can be our very valuable investment opportunities. And so I've just given a non-exhaustive list of many, many things that you can do, be it in power and energy, transport logistics, water sanitation, or in the digital and social sector. The last slide is, I won't go into a lot of detail there, but this is one for Nigeria. And why have I focused on power? It's obvious. Probably it's our single biggest deficit that we need to fill. I think we need to move away from trying to do everything on the national grid. More and more we're seeing decentralized systems. We need to do that. But we need to fix regulation, make sure it's consistent, it's fair, it's transparent, and we need to ensure that tariffs truly are economic. Otherwise, the investment will not come. Let's take advantage of technology. Let's basically do this thing together. I think I'm within my 10 minutes that was left. Thank you very much for listening to me. I hope this was helpful. Thank you.
A resounding applause for Opuyo there. I think when you're a master at your game, you just go on and we just have to listen. I think you just clearly took time to talk about the challenges and highlighted the opportunities that are there for us. Even as we, came through COVID, the positives that are there for us, and to know the impact that some of these gaps can, bring on the economy, such as absence of water and the impact of diseases, and then look at what flooding is doing to us. So not that we're not alone in this, but what is the issue is how are we solving? What are the options? How are we using innovation to fund? How are we changing the approach to funding these kind of capital projects? How are we leveraging inflows? How are we making the economy better for funds to flow in and to use regulation to stabilize so that those who bring in the funds can come in? And how will tariffs work so that these investments can pay back? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think the work is cut out. Those of us who have the takeouts from here, we should get ready and start working on how impact can be felt. Once again, thank you so very much, Mr. Opuyo. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to quickly recognize a lot of our highly distinguished people who have joined us here. The GMD of EcoBank, the former GMD of EcoBank, Mr. Patrick Akinwuton, the MD of FMBN, Mr. Madhu Haman, thank you for joining us. The Group CEO of ARM Holding Company, Ms. Jumoke Ogundari, thank you for joining us. We have here Honorables of the Lagos House of Assembly, Honorable Yinka Ogundimu and Honorable Lanre Oshun, you're welcome. We have about 12 Honorable Commissioners in our midst, thank you for joining us. About 4 Vice Chancellors of universities, honestly we appreciate you for joining us here today. We have about 4 rectors of polytechnics in our midst, and at this event we say thank you for coming. We are about to move on. We have come to that big reason why we are here. Today, 389 awardees are present in this building. That's huge. A warm round of applause for ourselves. We have 22 honorary fellows, 141 elected fellows, 226 honorary senior members, all for the industry. Please, a warm round of applause for yourselves. We need to make this event go live, so once we're done, please take a selfie, post to your social media pages, let everyone know that the industry that matters is shaking today. Please do it today, do it now. Please post your selfies right now. So we have come to that moment. I would like to invite someone who is very special to us, the World Registrar himself, the one who taught me all the protocols of this industry. Let me make you laugh. When I first started and I was given my first assignment to MC an event like this, how many years ago? I think 2010. And I go to the podium and I carried the mic and I was about to stop and Sir Awojobi said, hey, calm down. There is order. I said, can you explain to me? He said, oh, you call first the president, chairman of council. I said 1. He said, then there's vice president 1, 2, vice president 3, 4, treasurer, past president, past this, past that. I said, Jesus, am I going to survive this? But he calmly took me through, and we had that event, and nobody knew I was a rookie. Hey, Egbon, thank you again. And so when you have people like this in the industry, I think that is how we build competency in the people coming behind us. So every leader that is here, I hope that there are so many leaders behind you, somewhere in the office, somewhere on the road, because we need to make impact for Nigeria. Please make welcome Sir Sheye Awojobi, PhD, FCIB, to do the presentation awardees to the chairman, board of fellows, and practice license. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for... hold on. I can see, like my colleagues used to say since morning, that we are being economical with our clapping. And I just want to seek this. If you know that you want to do economics with your clapping, I will recommend you to the school of Professor Salami. If you are not going to be too economical and you are happy that you are here for something very important with the retinue of all the men of timber and caliber here, put your hands together. Very, very resounding. Make it more resounding, more resounding, more resounding. You know, it's only in clapping you don't have protocol. Every other thing, when you go by way of protocol, it follows with a clap, isn't it? But today I've decided that you should do all the clapping before the names are being reeled out, like Buki said. So once again, can we put a resounding applause for ourselves? I'm being asked to come and do what we are here to do. And so I'm not going to deliver a speech, and I'm not going to make the protocol take the shine out of why we are here. So just allow me to stand on the existing and very well established protocol. Do you allow me to do that? So put a resounding applause after that. I will therefore resist my protocol to only the people on the top table, and then I will follow. Mr. President and Chairman of Council, Dr. Ken Okpara. The first Vice President, Professor Deji Olanrewaju, FCIB. The second Vice President, Mr. Dele Alabi, FCIB. The special guest that I will call very much later, the National President, National Treasurer, Mrs. Moji Bakare Aseru, FCIB. The past President, all here led by Mr. Femi Ekundayo, FCIB. His Excellency, my governor, my uncle, former governor of Ogun State, and by the grace of God, a distinguished senator in the making, Otumba Gbenga Daniel. You are most welcome, sir. My mentor, my teacher forever, and my boss for life, former Deputy Governor of Central Bank, Alhaji Suleiman Barau, FCIB. My blood sister, my mentor, my auntie, the special guest, Mrs. Mosumbelo Olushoga, you are most welcome today. I want to say to all of you that are here, with all of you men of honor, you are most welcome. We are going to do it in 3 models. The first is the honorary senior members. And I would like to request that all honorary senior members please be upstanding. As you are standing, may I humbly request that you put on your stoles. Not all the honorary fellows, honorary senior members, the chairman, Bank Directors Association, you could be seated. The DG of SEC, please be seated. If you look back, you will see the color is different from the one you are holding. Are we done? May I request that you please bring out your affirmation paper. Bring your affirmation papers out. Please just read after me. I, your names, as an honorary senior member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, hereby affirm that I will respect, promote, and abide by the provisions of the Act, policies, rules, regulations, and guidelines of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, as well as adhere strictly to the code of conduct in the Nigerian banking industry, governing members of the institute and the banking profession. I pledge with every sense of responsibility to discharge my professional responsibilities with all sense of honesty, integrity, competence, and uprightness, and to do everything ethically possible to uplift the standards of bankers, the banking profession, and the banking industry at large. So help me God. While you are still standing, may I humbly request the pleasure of the Chairman Board of Fellows and Practice License, Professor Deji Olariwaju, to please be upstanding. Just stand, sir. May I, Sir Dr. Oluseyi Awudobi FCIB, humbly present these members who have been found worthy and elected as honorary senior members of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria to you for presentation to the President and Chairman of Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria for their conferment of the honorary senior membership.
Thank you, Registrar, Chief Executive. The President and Chairman of Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Dr. Ken Opara, FCIB, Chairman of this occasion, sir, distinguished guests of honor, fellows, honorary senior members, associates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I, on behalf of the Board of Fellows and Practice License of the Institute, proudly present to this very distinguished audience these eminent members of the banking profession who have contributed immensely to the Institute, the banking industry, and the profession in general for the conferment of honorary senior membership of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. I so present, sir.
By the powers conferred on me by the Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, I, Ken SCIB, President and Chairman of Council, do hereby confer on you all, jointly and severally, the honorary senior membership of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, HCIB, with all rights, privileges, and obligations. A big congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I humbly request the photographers to please, at this point in time, kindly help us clear the gallery. Please, you will take the photographs while we request the awardees to please file out one after the other for the presidential handshake. I'd like to request the office holders to please join Mr. President and the special guest of honor, the chairman, to please. The past president, the former governor, the guest speaker, to please proceed to join Mr. President in doing this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. May we request that all the honorees, awardees be seated, please. We have not ended this. May I humbly request, with all due respect, that those who have just been awarded return to their seats. Kindly let be seated, not yet time for photographs. Once again, I'd like to request that let's all of us return back to our seats. I know bankers will do it with a lot of discipline. May we please, if you are adorning any of the stores, if you have just been awarded, no photographs for now, kindly return to your seats. Those who are refusing to listen to the announcement, certificates awarded in learning and character, kindly let us go back to our seats and be seated. Thank you. Can we put our hands together for the President and his team? And of course for those who have just been awarded the HCIB. It is now time for me to request that all elected fellows, not honorary fellows, elected fellows be upstanding. As you stand, please, may I request that you put on your stoles. Ladies and gentlemen, let me happily inform you that these are people who wrote examinations and then got ACIB, and after the requisite time, they became electable to become fellows. Some of these people standing are not just becoming fellows, but they wrote that exam we call Chartered Banker MBA. And that has made them to even have 3 certificates in one. They acquired the MBA. They also, that MBA is from the #1 University of Finance in UK, the Bangor University, and they also got the certificate as associate members of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, and at the same time also obtained the associateship of the oldest institute of bankers in the world, the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Scotland. I have among these Dr. Ada Udensi, the MD CEO of Titan Trust, is one of these people. I said it earlier on before I commenced this assignment, that if you are economical with your applause, I will recommend you to the school of Professor Doi Salami. To know that clapping is an investment As you clap for others, you will reap your investment. So may I request that you put your hands together. Very, very turbulent. Thank you. Please bring out your affirmation papers. And kindly read after me. I, your names, as a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, hereby affirm that I will respect, promote, and abide by the provisions of the Act, policies, rules, regulations, and guidelines of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, as well as adhere strictly to the code of conduct in the Nigerian banking industry, governing members of the institute and the banking profession. I pledge with every sense of responsibility to discharge my professional responsibilities with all sense of honesty, integrity, competence, and uprightness, and to do everything ethically possible to uplift the standards of bankers, the banking profession, and the banking industry at large. So help me God. May I humbly request the pleasure of the Chairman Board of Fellows, Professor Deji Olanrewaju, as I, Oluseyi David Awojobi, Registrar's Chief Executive, presents to you these distinguished associates of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, whose applications for election into fellowship of the Institute have been approved by the Governing Council for presentation to Mr. President and Chairman of Council for the conferment of the fellowship.
Thank you, Registrar. The President, Chairman of Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Dr. Ken, FCIB, Chairman of this official occasion, distinguished guests and of honor, fellows, honorary, senior members, associates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. May I, on behalf of the Board of Fellows and Practice License of the Institute, proudly present to you, sir, these very distinguished, associates of the Institute who have contributed immensely to the Institute, the banking industry, and the profession in general for the conferment of fellowship of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, FCIB. I so present you.
By the powers conferred on me by the Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, I, Ken Opara, PhD, FCIB, President and Chairman of Council, do hereby confer on you jointly and severally the fellowship of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, FCIB, with all rights, privileges, and obligations. A very big congratulations.
May I request the pleasure of the office holders and our erudite leaders on this high table to please join Mr. President as he presents the certificate and scrolls. While the Secretariat brings them out in order. Please, let's be very fast with it. Time is well spent.
destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions. just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. For the dog, and when I fall down, for the dog, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, for the dog, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, for the dog, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions, for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Thank you. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see?
Thank you. May we kindly return to our seats. We want to thank our special guest, the former governor of Ogun State, Otumba Agbenga Daniel, who is taking his leave for now. Let's give him a round of applause. His chief of staff is one of those people becoming fellow. His chief of staff is becoming a fellow. Let's give the former governor of Ogun State a round of applause as he's taking his leave. While all awardees, there is no awardee that is expected to be out of this hall now. Whether you have taken HCIB or FCIB, please kindly remain seated. Secretariat, please help us bring in those awardees that are outside. We have this last one to do. Any awardee that is standing out of your seat, the certificates are not in the scroll given to you. Take note, and that is where we will take note of how you have abided by or complied with the rules. I can see an awardee at the back of the hall. Mr. Olagundoye, can you help us tell the awardee to please join his seat, even if he's a National Secretariat staff? Dr. Adigun, please, let's be seated, let's be seated, let's be seated. Those who are standing, please be seated, and please, let's clear the gallery. Please, all awardees should remain seated. Some are still standing discussing. Can you please, maybe we need to increase the volume of the speaker. All right. I got an information that I must let you understand, I must make available to you. Earlier in the morning, when there was the discussion or engagement with our honorary fellows, something came up, and I'd like to make a comment on this. The institutional support for capacity building is sine qua non to our sustainability in the banking industry. I'd like to tell you that among the group of people who just became fellows, Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation has the largest number. Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation saw the opportunity and invested, even as we still speak, in the capacity building of the rank and file. And I can tell you that today, not only that those people have qualified with 3 certificates, MBA, ACIB, Nigeria, ACIB, Scotland, but today they are getting to the highest level of their career in the banking industry. Let's put our hands together for them. I must also let you know that this certification and capacity building also transcended family affairs. And I have a husband and wife here today who both did that same CBN and they are becoming fellow here today. The Adeshewus, can you stand up for recognition? If it's not in this room now, it means that the council may have to look at it again. Whether that certificate is a marriage certificate for the banking industry. But let me tell you that several others. So the next set that we want to do, that is actually one of the points that must be touched. On this note, I'd like to start with the next group. This next group are the movers and the shakers of the banking industry. They have jointly and severally contributed immensely to the development of banking and finance, not only in Nigeria and not only in Africa, but they are global reference points as individuals. They have not only contributed to the banking sector, they have also contributed to banking education and knowledge. They have not only done that, they have contributed and they still continue to contribute jointly and severally to the Nigerian economy and the world economy. I guess you should not be economical with your applause. It is on this note, and on behalf of the Governing Council, headed by the President and Chairman of Council, Dr. Ken Opara, that I will humbly not do this just as a group, but individually, for them to understand that it is a worthy cause. I'd like to invite to the podium first, to be upstanding, Mr. Lamido Yuguda. Mr. Lamido Yuguda, very briefly, is the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission in Nigeria. He has over 3 decades of experience in central banking, accounting, finance, economics and investment management, and he has spent 32 years at the Central Bank of Nigeria in various roles, including leading for 16 years a team that successfully managed reserve assets that grew to tens of billions of United States dollars. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Alhaji Lamido Yuguda, who has humbly contributed to the Institute. He was in research, he was a board member of the Center for Financial Studies, and so many other things. Alhaji Yuguda, you can please adorn your stove while I call the next person. I'd like to also humbly request that we have Mr. Mustafa M. Ibrahim to please be upstanding. To save time, let me quickly say that he is an executive director with the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation. But I must tell you that he chaired the investigating panel of the Subcommittee on Ethics and Professionalism of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, where ethics and professionalism, customer protection, and of course, those who are aired within the banking industry were brought to fore. And he maintained that position till he became executive director of NDIC. Alhaji Ibrahim, you may adore your stone. When this name is mentioned, any student of mathematics would think the gentleman has come into this hall. But he is no less than the same person. The man who sat as the first managing director of AMCON in Nigeria, Mr. Mustapha Chikeobi. Currently, Mr. Mustapha Chikeobi is the chairman of the Bank Directors Association. So you can say that the entire bank directors in Nigeria are being honored today. And of course, he is the current chairman of Fidelity Bank PLC. Mr. Chikeobi, you can please adore your stone. I'd like to also request that Mr. Joda Ahmed Abubakar be upstanding. Mr. Joda Ahmed Abubakar is the managing director of Taj Bank, and of course not just managing director, the founder of the second non-interest bank in Nigeria. I think that tells more about the caliber of this person and the role he has played in the institute in several committees. And currently, he is the co-chair of the 2023 Annual Banking and Finance Conference that you all look forward to. Mr. Joda, please, you can adore your stone. I'd like to request that Mr. Wole Adeniyi be upstanding. Mr. Wole Adeniyi, currently the MD of Stanbic IBTC, was the chairman of the funding committee of the 2021 Banking and Finance Conference. And in its entirety, as it stands, is a contributor to the growth of the institute. Mr. Wole Adeniyi, you can please adore your stone. I have also the pleasure to ask humbly that Mr. Innocent Ike, HCIB, please be upstanding. During the 2022 dinner that was very successful, this gentleman threw all his weight behind the success of the program. In the Banking and Finance Conference in 2022, he did same. And of course, in his own private capacity, until a few days back, he was the managing director of Polaris Bank. Mr. Innocent Ike, please, you may adore your stone. I have been calling men. I am sure you will know I'm a very gender sensitive person. So I request Mrs. Ireti Samuel Ogu, HCIB, to please be upstanding. In our capacity as the managing director of Citibank, you will know the role that someone of this nature has played locally and internationally. And one of the women that we showcase very highly in the industry. Some few months ago, she appeared on the APWB platform. And I can tell you the results of that mentoring program and sharing experience has gone a very long way. Mrs. Samuel Ogo, please adorn your stool. I have online the erudite managing director of Fidelity Bank PLC. She's here with us virtually, but all her heart is here physically. She is the current managing director of Fidelity Bank PLC, where the president and chairman of council also is an executive director. I can tell you that in terms of mentoring, in terms of contributions to the growth of the CIBN, she is a first-class member. Mrs. Neka Onyali Ibe, HCIB. You may adore your stools if it's with you there virtually. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Onyali Ibe. I request the Mr. Olufemi Bakri, HCIB, to please be upstanding. In his contribution, he was the one who received, when they talk of recolonization or our own re-expansion to the global community, Mr. Olufemi Bakri received the team of the then president and chairman of council to rejuvenate and establish the London branch of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, and he provided the secretariat as the then executive director, FCMB. And today, he is still a member of the strategic planning committee of the institute in the last 4 years. Mr. Femi Bakre is the MD Paralex Bank, the first microfinance bank to be converted into a full commercial bank. Mr. Femi Bakre, please adorn your stool. Please watch out. Something is coming up. Mrs. Oluyemisi Edun, HCIB, to be upstanding. Mrs. Yemisi Edun is a mentor within the space of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria Mentoring Committee. Of course, she sits currently as the managing director of FCMB, and in her own capacity, a lot of capacity development trainings had passed through her, heavily supporting. Thank you very much. You can adore your stool. Watch out, something is coming up. May I request Mr. Bayo Rotimi to please be upstanding. Mr. Bayo Rotimi is an erudite banker. Sitting currently atop of Greenwich Merchant Bank, Mr. Bayo Rotimi is an active contributor to everything CIBN does, including its membership development committee. You can adore a store. What is going to happen is that the three of them are products of FCMB. And there is another one of them that I'm going to invite to the upstanding. Because she's an economist, she pursued another senior economist and sat with that economist. So, Mrs. Bukola Smith, to please be upstanding. In terms of contribution, you cannot overemphasize it. But let me tell you that she's currently the chairman of the 2023 Annual Banking and Finance Conference. I repeat, Chairman, 2023 Consultative Committee on Banking and Finance. So look up to her and look forward to what you will get. This is not to remove the fact that she is a member of the Bankers Committee Subcommittee on Ethics and Professionalism. She is also the chair of the Mentoring Committee of the Institute. Mrs. Bukola Smith is the current MD of FSDH Merchant Bank. Please, you can adore your store. Also a product of FCMB. In capacity building, since I've known her, and for the number of years I've worked with the Institute, she's got a distinction. Mrs. Kafilat Araoye, HCIB. When it was so difficult for others to accept that the competency framework must reside and must be driven by the Chartered Institute of Bankers, she stood like a rock of Gibraltar. And today, I am sure you are seeing the work. Mrs. Kafilat Araoye, member Education Committee, member Competency Framework, member Human Capital Managers of Banks. In fact, a founder of that association since 2001. And today, managing director of one and the third non-interest bank in Nigeria, Lotus Bank. Thank you very much. You can adore your store. I have Mr. Oluwatobiloba Lawal. Many parts he has played. He retired from the banking sector to himself, but a golden fish has no hiding place. Went into government, still in government, but doing what banking has taught him to do. So Oluwatobiloba Lawal today is the MD of Lagos Building and Investment Company. Please, you may adore your story. The mortgage industry is waxing stronger, and so we have Mr. Korede Adedayo. Mr. Korede Adedayo is a member of the, please be upstanding, sir. Is a member of the board of directors of the CIBN Press. He led the mortgage institutions in collaboration with the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria to the first conference of the Institute in Atlanta, United States of America. And today he sits as the Managing Director of First Mortgage Trustees. Please, you may adore your story. Ladies and gentlemen, may I humbly request the pleasure of Professor Doyin Salami to please be upstanding and give a round, very resounding applause. For as long as I've worked with the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, he has remained one of the pillars of strategic planning and impact for the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. Professor Doyin Salami will do it and tell you the fact, what is the role that the Institute should be playing. He has done it again this morning, and so the entire academic world will believe that it's only in the academic, but we in the Nigerian economy, in the banking industry, and of course with the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, we are proud of this erudite scholar. Please adore your stores. Mr. Taiwo Otiti, HCIB. Those who know the heritage and the historic perspective of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, we know that this is another heir apparent of the Otiti family. One of the very few individuals who have supported the information communication technology transformation of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, and is doing it very quietly without anyone realizing where the strength lies. Please, you can adore your store, Mr. Taiwo Titi. We have online joining us Mr. Agada Akposhi. Is unavoidably absent, but when it came into fore that the fintech must be recognized, Agada Akposhi, HCIB, played a major role as the head of the fintech group, and it brought the entire fintech ecosystem into the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, especially through the Banking and Finance Conference in the last 3 years. Mr. Agada Akposhi, you can put on your store as you are there virtually. We know it's with us. Thank you. And let me also humbly request Mr. Mike Ogbalu 3, HCIB, who flew in today from Egypt, directly from Afrexim, from Cairo, he flew in. May I request that you be upstanding, please? All right. In 2020, this gentleman developed a card that is as good as any credit card you can talk about, as your card to enter CIBN dinner in 2020. And not only that, committedly, as the managing director of PAPS, he signed the first memorandum of agreement on September 13, 2022, to make Africa, through Nigeria and through CIBN, imbibe the culture of the payment system that will give us that we need by way of independence. Mr. Ogbalu, thank you very much. You can adore your store. I have Professor Sherifdeen Teller, Banking and Finance Conference, or Banking and Finance as a course at Olabisi Onabanjo University wouldn't have come into being. This gentleman was appointed as the first person to drive banking and finance in that institution. The institute benefited immensely in 1998 by the dint of acceptance of a linkage program that signed an MOU with the institute for the linkage program for those who are having HCIB without first degree to come in, and those who are running first degree to come out with HCIB. And that initiative produced the first 210 graduates in year 2000. Yours sincerely was one of the beneficiaries. Professor Teller, you can adore your store. For 36 years in that school, we can feel its impact. And economically in this country, we recognize you. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I have one of my very best friends internationally, Mr. Simon Thompson, the Chief Executive of Chartered Institute of Bankers Scotland. I'm sure he's with us online. Thank you, sir. Mr. Thompson is online. He will join us. He facilitated the CBMBA with the likes of the then past President Laoye Jayiola, and then we signed that MOU in Bangor. Today, Bangor has produced so many. They tagged it Reprofessionalizing Banking. Thank you, Simon, for being there. He's currently the coordinator of United Nations Academy for Sustainable Banking, which he believes strongly in. He's a partner. Thank you. And permit me to say that I omitted someone, Mr. Benjamin Fakule, the Director of Finance, Central Bank of Nigeria, is coming up. Mr. Fakule is currently a member of the Finance and General Purpose Committee. He has been there for years. Every success of that committee, you can also take him as one of the best. In 2022, he provided a facility for all the Gen Zs that came for the conference in Abuja. Mr. President, these are the honorary fellows. May I humbly request, first of all, on a note of apologies, I've been keeping Alhaji Lamido Yuguda standing. I've been keeping the chairman board of bank directors association standing. I've been keeping all of you standing, but I think you deserve it. Give yourselves a round of applause as you bring out your affirmation papers. Bring out your affirmation papers. May I request that you please say after me. I, your name, as an honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, hereby affirm that I will respect, promote, and abide by the provisions of the Act, policies, rules, regulations, and guidelines of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, as well as adhere strictly to the code of conduct in the Nigerian banking industry, governing members of the institute and the banking profession. I pledge, with every sense of responsibility, to discharge my professional responsibilities with all sense of honesty, integrity, competence, and uprightness, and to do everything ethically possible to uplift the standards of bankers, the banking profession, and the banking industry at large. So help me God. May I humbly request the pleasure of the Chairman Board of Fellows, Professor Deji Olariwaju FCIB, as I, with great pleasure, sir, present to you these distinguished personalities who have fulfilled all conditions set by the Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria for honorary fellowship of the Institute with all rights, privileges, and obligations.
Chief. The President, sir, the Chairman of the Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Dr. Ken Opara, FCIB, Chairman of this occasion, sir, distinguished guests of honor, fellows that are here present in this hall, honorary senior members, and also associate distinguished ladies and gentlemen. May I, on behalf of the Board of Fellows and the practice license of this great institute, proudly present to this very distinguished order these eminent members of the banking profession who have contributed immensely to the institute, the banking industry, and the profession in general for the conferment of honorary fellowship of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, FCIB. I so present.
By the powers conferred on me by the Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, I, Ken Opara, PhD, FCIB, President and Chairman of Council, proudly confer on you all, jointly and severally, the honorary fellowship of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, FCIB, with all rights, privileges, and obligations. A very big congratulations.
Thank you. Let's give a very, very warm round of applause. I'd like to, with the permission of President, request that you sit down while we'll be calling on you one by one to pick your certificate. While I request all past presidents to please come up, all past presidents and office holders to please assist the president. Yes, and the guests. All past presidents. I'd like to request Madam Lamido Yubuda to please step forward to receive his honors. Please let him please come forward. Let him please come forward, please, as he does handshake before you get to the president and handshake after the president. Thank you. I request Mr. Mustafa M. Ibrahim. Thank you. Just take a handshake. Just take a handshake. Madam Mustafa Ibrahim, may I request? Thank you. I request Mr. Mustafa Chikobi to please step forward. Let's appreciate them one after the other as they're coming out. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. May I request Mr. Jordan Hamid Abubakar? Mr. Jordan Hamid Abubakar to please come. Adeni. Sawole Adeni. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I request. Mr. Innocent Ike. Thank you. I'd like all awardees to please be seated. All awardees, please be seated. All awardees, please be seated. Thank you. May I request Mrs. Ireti Samuel Ogo, ex-CIBN. Please, let's be seated. Let all awardees be seated, please. All awardees to be seated. HCIBs, can you please be seated? Mr. Olufemi Bakri. I request Mr. Olufemi Bakri to please. Mr. Olufemi Bakri. Thank you. Mrs. Yemisi Edon to please proceed to the podium. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bayo Rotimi. Mr. Bayo Rotimi. Please let all awardees be seated. All awardees to be seated. All awardees to be seated, please. Mrs. Bukola Smith. Mrs. Bukola Smith. Please, let's be seated. Let's be seated. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Guys are very important. Thank you. Mr. Oluwatobiloba. Oluwatobiloba Totonawa. Mr. Korede Adedayo to be getting ready. Thank you, Mr. Korede Adedayo. Thank you, Tobiloba Lawal. Oluwatobiloba Lawal, thank you. Mr. Tobiloba Lawal, thank you. Professor Doyin Salami. Professor Doyin Salami. Professor Doyin Salami. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's have a seat. Professor Doyin Salami. right. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Let's give a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please go to our seats right now? We are not through yet. We are not through yet. Past President, you can leave some things. Policeman, thank you. Let's put our hands together for the honorary fellows. Do we have any of us that is outside? Because there's one last thing we have to do. If your neighbor, check the seat beside you. If your neighbor awardee is not there, send emissaries now to look for him or her. If your neighbor awardee is not there, Mr. President and Chairman of Council, it's been a very long day and we need to quickly round up. But it is important that we honor those whom honor is deserving. And I'd like to formally request, first, that you help us to appreciate the guest speaker. May I invite Mr. Okuyo Oborifuma to please step forward. Thank you. I'm waiting for all the awardees to be complete. That's why I'm just doing this. May I request the chairman, Alhaji Suleiman Baram, to please step forward. May I also request the special guest of honor, Mrs. Mosu Bello Olusoga, to please step forward. Thank you, Mr. President, as you are standing. May I humbly invite all honorary fellows to please step forward and take a group photograph with Mr. President. All honorary fellows, please step forward. Malam Lamido Yuguda, Mr. Chikobi, please. Yes, kindly step off stage. All honorary fellows. All honorary fellows, Mr. Mike Ogalu, please.
Destiny, I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close.
May I ask the office holders to please join? The office holders to please join. First Vice President, please. First Vice President. First Vice President. Second Vice President. The National Treasurer. Okay, Hamid, Akinji. please, you may please return to your seats. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Please, I'd like to quickly announce that all banks that are here, and you want to take photographs with your MD, please stay behind. Specifically, FCMB alumni that wants to take photograph, please remain behind. So let the president go back to his seat, please. Photographers, please permit the president to go back. Mr. President, we'd like you to be on your seat. Thank you. Mr. President, please. Mr. President, please. FCMB alumni, quickly, if you have to do this now, quickly. Very, very quickly with president, quickly. Only, no, FCMB alumni, quickly, please. You see, this is why we don't allow this. This is why we don't allow this. Only FCMB alumni awardee. Sir, are you here, sir? Sir, are you part of FCMB? Thank you very much, photographers. If you don't take it in the next 1 second, Mr. President will leave. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. We would like you back on your seat, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Can we please return back? Can we? Professor Ajibola, thank you very much. We want you back on your seat. Thank you. We want you back on your seat. Thank you. Thank you. Let me quickly call on 2 gentlemen. Can we have our seats, please? Can we have our seats, please? We want to now round up, and I'd like to first call on Madam Lamido Yuguda to speak briefly on behalf of the awardees. Very briefly. On behalf of the awardees. Let's give him a round of applause. Please, let's have our seats. After him, we will have Mr. Chikobi to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and distinguished members of Council of the CIBN, and distinguished body of past presidents. I want to say a big thank you on behalf of our colleagues, the awardees today, on all the various categories of awards, to the Chartered Institute of Bankers, for finding us worthy of this award. We are aware that to whom much is given, much is also expected. So we have responsibilities, by being fellows of the Chartered Institute of Bankers. And I can assure you, as earlier noted, in the morning, that we are all prepared and ready to take up this responsibility of really contributing even more to the Institute, and to the greatness of our dear country. The theme of today's investiture ceremony, the financing of infrastructure deficit, and the role that financial institutions need to play is a very important one. And I really appreciate our guest speaker for the insights that he shared, with us. We all know that government finances have been dwindling. Oil revenues have actually been coming down. A lot of production losses. So the private sector has to step forward to actually help the government finance critical infrastructure. But before that can be done, the policy environment that will be important for infrastructure investment to thrive in Nigeria has to be put in place. So I think it is our collective responsibility, both the CIBN and the capital market that I represent, to come together to see where the gaps are. The gap is not only in infrastructure, it's also in policy. And we need to actually look at where those gaps are and advise and advocate for better policies for infrastructure. So I think I would just want to say thank you to the Institute for also making it possible for me to reunite with my boss, Suleiman Barao, with my sister, most who I have not seen for so many years now, and to my friends Jai, who actually pulled me to the service of the Institute. Frankly, I was not very, very active in the service of the Institute, but during his presidency, he made sure that I was actually co-opted into many committees, and I say thank you very much, my dear friend. Thank you very much. And to Dr. Salami also, who is also an awardee today. And to all the awardees today, I say congratulations for the awards, and I wish you, all the best. Thank you very much.
We have a round of applause for everyone that's still left within this hall. Thank you for sitting through. Congratulations again. And as we round up quickly, I'd like to call on Sasheye Awojabi, PhD, FCIB, again to give us the appreciation remarks. Again, is the Registrar Chief Executive, Sasheye Awojabi.
Thank you very much. I know it's very difficult to do a vote of time when people are busy already taking off. But permit me to just say that we must give glory to God Almighty, the author and finisher of our faith. To him all honor remains forever. So if you believe that it's God that deserves all the honor and thanksgiving, put your hands together to say thank you, Almighty God. Very resounding one to Almighty God. Thank you so much, Mr. President and Chairman of Council, the office holders. We want to say thank you to you for allowing this to take place. Without your approval, nothing we can do. Again, I'd like to thank the chairman for accepting without any hassles. Alhaji Suleiman Barao, we are happy to see you and we are happy to associate with you every time as a great ambassador and fellow. Thank you so much, sir. To our special guest of honor, she was saying that they called me mother or mommy of bankers. I said you are a great grandmother of many professionals. Antimo, you are a great leader. Thank you so much, man. Let's put our hands together for Antimo. And of course to our guest speaker, thank you so much, sir. the great job you are doing in this country and you are doing in Africa and across the world. We appreciate it. Mr. Bill Okorifoma, thank you so much. Thank you for accepting, without even giving us any hassle, and with apologies that you were airborne when our messages were coming in. But immediately you saw it, you said you will do it. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. To our past presidents, this is a mustard seed that you sow and you are reaping it by way of oak tree. Led by Mr. Femi Akundayo here today, we want to thank all of you, Mr. Laoye Jayola, Dr. Shegun Aino, OFR, FCIB, Professor Ajibola, thank you so much. Dr. Olowu, thank you so much. And through you, we thank all past presidents. God bless you. To our governing council members that are here, we really want to say a very big thank you to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have so many professional bodies here represented. The president of ICANN is here. The president of ICSAN is here. The president of CIBN is here. And a lot of other sister professional bodies. Thank you to all of you. Thank you so much to all of you. We want to thank all bankers that are here, all the banks that supported this program, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation. We say big thank you to you. To all the awardees and their families, all the families that are here, thank you very much. Thank you very much. To our gentlemen of the press, we want to thank you too. And most importantly, we want to thank the management and staff of CIBN. Where is the registrar designate? Mr. Akimorakio. Registrar designate, please, where are you? Ladies and gentlemen, help me to put your hands together for this gentleman. That is the man that I'm handing over the baton of this to from today. Thank you, thank you. He led the management to do this human job. Thank you, and God bless you all. Nigerian policeman, thank you very much. Our caterers, thank you. And Madam, what's your role now? Is it Compare MC? Bukola, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Another round of applause if you can. Those of us inside here on this side have not started eating. So please, can I have your attention so that we can finally close? We have indeed had a very beautiful event today. We have celebrated excellence, and they say that when you walk in distinction, even a photocopier cannot copy that uniqueness that you have. And I think we have celebrated uniqueness here today. So thank you everyone for your contribution to the industry. We will now take the closing prayer before the CIBN anthem and then the national anthem. So to do the honors of giving the closing prayers, I'd like to call on Ibrahim, the ED Operations NDIC, and a current awardee. Ibrahim, please come forward for the closing prayer. Please come forward for the closing prayer. Thank you. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Let us praise the Lord of the Rings. Oh Allah, as we conclude this event, it's our prayer that every one of us will return to his destination in peace, and wishing all of you eternal mercies. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, Malik Yawmiddin, Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in, ihdinas siratal mustaqim, siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghayril maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Thank you.
Sadiq.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, the band, can we have, our sound studio, can we have the CIBN anthem before the national anthem? CIBN anthem, please. Thank you very much. The band's national anthem, please. Thank you very much, sir. All members of the top table, members of the governing council, thank you very much. And it's a wrap. We look forward to next year when many more accomplished people will be recognized. Thank you for your time, and it's good night and goodbye. Kwanelafia.